Welcome in everyone, and welcome to the next session of The Fifth Trumpet. Hello, dear observer. Once again, I ask you, have you thought upon our last conversation? What was your answer? The moment of reckoning is nearly upon us. Everything I've built, everything I've sought, I wonder, what will it all mean? What do our actions mean, dear observer? I know you detest me, despise me. I know that I am the villain of the story you bear witness to. I make no excuses. I am not above reproach, nor above your judgment. I have made every decision knowing full well that I will receive no reward. But even if you despise me, even if you hate me, even if you want to kill me, I won't stop here. This world, it needs to change. It cannot be allowed to rot in the way it has been. Humanity, I love it so. They deserve the chance to live, to be happy. That is why I will keep moving forward. No matter how many times I have to destroy myself, no matter how many times I have to stand up again. On the seventh day, when that day finally comes, only then will I rest. So pass judgment upon me if you wish, but only after I've brought humanity to paradise. Only after humanity is happy. Only after I've burned down the system that binds us. Perhaps that is the only thing he inherited from me. Your interference on Wednesday prevented the Guardian from fighting with the boon of strength. Allies of Adam Leonis will not receive the passive boon of fate and strength. However, one event will come to pass. I bid you to remember this well, for it will only be spoken once. The light cannot reach here. Affinity, touched by the light HP, and touched by the light SP, will be turned off for the duration of this session. There may be other redeems that can reach this place. However, you will not be able to provide them with sin points or healing. How far deep into sin can someone fall before redemption only becomes a dream? Miix's fate becomes further entangled in the schemes of her father as her memories emerge from the butterflies and the foes between them, and the final vestiges of what once made her whole begin to thin. There are still things to keep in mind, dear observer. Can you hear me? Are you listening? Is this how you recount the things you cannot see with your own two eyes? Fascinating. Join me once again, will you? I have foreseen that today, our family's greatest guardian will make her reintroduction. And so, managers and Miix recovery team, how are you all feeling now that you have successfully defeated Leon and have at least his word that he will give you no further trouble, or at least give you an attempt to deal with things? Do you all feel that there's still a chance you can even recover Miix in this place? And we'll begin with you, Alyosha.
That's hard to describe. I think, I'd say she's definitely thinking about the things Leon said. I mean, despite everything, can't say that Leon was wrong, right? At least she can't condemn his actions completely. They don't really know if Miix is still in there, if Kane's still in there. So, really the only thing that's keeping her moving is hope. Hope that her best friend's still there. But there is maybe the small seed of doubt in her mind now.
And we'll see. We'll see, Alyosha, if that seed will grow as you continue along. And Meru, we go to you.
Yes, hello. I am Meru Online, and I play our control team department head, Meru. To Meru, I mean, the answer of if there's a chance that they can, get Miix back and all that, it's pretty obvious to him. I mean, he definitely still believes that Miix is there. They have her body. They've been seeing butterflies, and, they've even seen some of Miix's memories. So to him, she simply has to be in there. Even with everything going on, learning she's a clone, all that, I mean, it seems like she was brought back so many times and was clearly still herself in the end. So she doesn't seem like the type who would, actually disappear like that. So frankly, Meru isn't too worried about if they can get her back. It's more of a how than an if. So that's pretty much his thoughts on it. It's pretty simple, but he's largely just, determined to keep moving forward, I think.
Absolutely. And we'll see if you're able to keep moving forward, or what might be standing in your path as we go to you, Prior.
Hello, everyone. It's me, Prior, playing Manager Prior. And he has put the question of whether or not Miix can be retrieved out of his mind. It must not enter his mind as even a possibility of failure. They have come too far into the depths. And he rationalizes one thing. This place, this world beyond worlds, this fathom they dive into, it's still constructed of Miix's memories. It's still framed from Miix's perspective. It should be Adam's world, if it was truly just him remaining, yes? She exists here, in this liminal space, in the dregs beneath notice. Her fingerprints still cover this place, every wall, every floor, every memory. Prior knows well about putting together broken pieces of broken things. If Miix still exists, then she can be brought back together. So victory can only be the outcome he desires. Because this world seems to, in some way, be powered or fueled or made from belief. And so belief must be what Prior has.
A good observation about this place, Prior, and hold on to that belief. As Kai, we go to you.
Hi, I'm Kai, playing manager Kai, who the question was asked how he feels after their encounter with Leon, and I don't think Kai feels much in the way of relief, but he does believe they must be making some kind of progress, considering all that they've been through already. If what Miix has been showing them with her mind or subconscious is any indication, he's looking ahead to what challenges they'll have to face next. She's in there somewhere still, it's just a matter of how survivable the path to her is, and if she'll be willing to come back to them when they do find her.
And we'll see, Kai. We'll see if she does and how willing she is. As all of you have a chance to talk amongst yourselves for a moment in this place, I will alert you if anything in the area would change or prompt a reaction or a roll from you all.
Oh, okay, right. Whew. Sorry, a little jumpy. Prior is anxious. Despite his long life, his leg is tapping against the ground as he walks with this rhythmic sound. His fingers drum against his leg. The hair on his neck is standing on end. Something in this place is... He's trying his best to keep his composure, but it feels too much. And he keeps glancing back at Meru like he expects Meru to cry out that he sees something, or expects the eyes on his face to begin going crazy, but nothing seems to happen. And so he tries his best to collect himself and goes, "Just a check-in. How's everyone doing? I admit I've been in better shape than I am right now. Let's just do a quick check-in. Who's badly injured?"
Kai really does not look great. The only benefits to being as injured as he is at the moment is that when in combat, his adrenaline, he believes, makes him a bit of a better fighter, but at the moment, it's, exhaustion washes over his bones. While he does believe he can keep going, he may sort of look over himself and ask if anyone else feels that they are more in need of medical attention than he currently is.
I don't think Meru is necessarily in worse condition. than anyone else. He was before, but I think after they had gotten a little patched up, I think he's clearly he's stable. He does visibly seem like he's struggling a bit with a headache, though. He's been he knows he's probably overused his new knowledge, I guess you could say, on his shin, and he was told that it has significant mental strain. He probably shouldn't be using it so much, but you can see that he's trying to, like, there are brief moments where he has, like, his eyes, like, briefly closed so he could, like, take, like, a calming breath, and then he's, like, fine again. But I think when, like, addressed if, like, everyone's all good, I think he'll still nod his head, and just say, I mean, clearly, I think we've all been better. But I've continued forward in worse shape before, so.
Right. Alyosha?
Yeah, doing about as good as I can be. Alyosha will look up, and you can tell that her legs have been shaking a little more than they usually would, and the exhausts are being pushed to the brink. You can see that they're almost stained by the heat that they release, but any shake that was there is only there for a moment as she manages to snap out of it and looks around. Looks like we're fine. What about the rest of y'all? And she looks over at, Laz and Abel.
Abel does look fairly injured at this point, but he just kind of shakes his head and he just says, I'm fine. Yuna looks almost unharmed, mostly thanks to Lazarus. Yuna is holding Miix's body tighter to their chest, though they seem to be struggling a little bit with the gained weight from each butterfly, and they just say, I'll be fine. And Lazarus, if there are any injuries you cannot see under his mask or under his cloak, as he continues to stride ahead, and he simply says, well, we should be getting closer, shouldn't we? To what I don't know, but we've dealt with quite a bit in this place, haven't we?
That we have, and despite earlier incidents, and Prior isn't actually trying to cast blame on Yuna. That is actually not his intention. As he does a head count, he goes, we've managed our resources fairly well. We still have all 3 of our ampules, yes.
Yuna hears that and nods their head and goes, yeah, I believe all of you should still have your ampules. They haven't triggered yet, and as long as I'm in the same area as you, I can ensure that the trigger goes off correctly for the emergency.
All right.
Those are those thingamabobs, right?
Okay, Corpse Singularity, which we were lucky enough to have a number of in our possession.
Well, we're gonna need them.
I don't like the way you said that, but I think you seem to have a pretty good idea of the only thing left in our way.
Alyosha will put her hands on her hips so she stops and looks up at the ceiling and then back towards y'all. Yeah, there's one person left that I'm worried about. Well, in terms of third parties. It's old Nat.
Prior nods and exhales for so long you think he must have a second pair of lungs, as he then sucks in a very sharp, short breath and goes, if I'm not mistaken from the way everyone discusses her, she was Adam's right hand.
Certainly is. She sure is something else.
Yeah,
She's
Prior-
Butler of the Leonis family, and she's been that way for more than 40 years now.
Prior's actually doing some math in his head and goes, interesting. And I suppose that leads to the Leonis's butlers coming from within inside their own house. She must have been quite something to hold on to the title for that long.
Well, and she shrugs. It's the thing about her. She wasn't actually brought in as a kid like most of us. Brought in as a fixer. Regular old fixer.
More the traditional route, then.
Yeah. She,
What, caught Adam's all-knowing eye?
basically, she, Alyosha will cross her arms and lean against the wall as they've all come to a bit of a stop. From what I remember, from what I've heard, she was kind of a rising name, Y-Core, early on. Nothing super notable, but she was on her way to being known. It was around that time that she met Adam and got recruited into the cause.
A long career of loyalty.
Yeah, well, she's on the upper end when it comes to average chief butler spans.
No kidding. Prior does turn away from Alyosha for just a moment and looks towards Abel and goes, when you first arrived at the manor, you crossed fists with her. I'm genuinely not saying it to insult you, Abel, but I know you're no pushover. Were you going easy on her, or did she actually manage to completely lock you out like that? And Prior isn't trying to laugh at Abel, but he is taking this incredibly serious, but he's trying to dance around the fact that, unless my memory is wrong, Mr. GM, that when they first arrived, Abel was clearing through butlers just as easily as they were, but the second he hit Old Nat, it was like he hit a brick wall.
Yes, when you do say that, Abel's eye does twitch a little, and he says, keep in mind, I'm fighting without my ego gear or without that machine's gifts. But yes, she's, even without her armor on, she's still a formidable foe. I have a feeling the moment shitty old man opened up this place, she probably donned that armor of hers.
Yeah. Probably right about that. Look, I need y'all to know what we're up against.
Yeah, Prior has a lot of questions, so he shuts up and he listens to Alyosha, because it seems Alyosha knows what she's talking about.
Most of us here know what she's capable of, but Prior, Marukayuna, Let me just give y'all a quick refresher. Well, not refresher, but quick lesson. We're talking about a lady who's done a lot in her life to protect Leonis' family. Obviously, you can tell they're not short on enemies. She's done everything. I mean, she defended, there's one story, defended Adam. There's one time Adam got on the bad side of some other business person. I don't know the details, but this person got real mad, so they hired a She Association to go after Adam. She fought off a whole bunch of grade 3 fixers at once while protecting him.
Several She at once.
Yeah.
Well, what did Adam... I mean, I guess Adam lived, but...
Not a damn scratch.
Yeah, Pryor was really hoping that wasn't where you were going with that. His face sort of curls down as he's starting to do calculations in his head.
Lazarus, seeing it's story time, does pipe up, lowering the mask for a second and says, well, if we're sharing some stuff old Nata's done, I do remember that one. I also do know one that not too many people have talked about before, but apparently, according to the rumor mill, she defeated a member of the Pinky in honorable combat at Adam's command. I mean, you're not going to get the Pinky's actual title and identity out of even me. It's only known to her and Adam, as far as I'm aware, in respect of keeping their privacy. But all the same, it's something to be aware of.
Pryor's head whips around like like he's gonna break his fucking neck, and he goes,
"Oh right, you do know the Pinky is real, right? I figured you as
I know.
Big Brother
I'm a big brother of the fucking middle. I know the Pinky is real. I've crossed paths with a few, and I would have rather never done so again. Thankfully, they're wanderers, but even I would hesitate to cross blades with them because you never know what the fuck they're capable of. Is she actually beat one?"
Well, according to what I heard. And he does put the mask back on and says, but yes, that's something to be aware of.
And she's another survivor of the raid. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not like she actually fought the Arbiter on equal ground, but she stood strong against the attacks.
She survived. Lazarus does pipe in and says, which is more than enough. Stood strong against an Arbiter's attacks. I would consider anyone who doesn't fall to a single attack by an Arbiter.
Exactly.
We know what an Arbiter is capable of. Pryor's face pulls down and goes, just being in the vicinity of... I'd call them a monster, but that's explicitly not what they are. Surviving the head shock troops. Thankfully, we have the numerical advantage. And I'm gonna be honest with everyone, no insight check needed. Pryor is looking for any angle he can shoot there where they might not be at a slight disadvantage.
Yeah.
He goes, we have our gear, we have the ampules, and we have the numbers.
Oh, we have one advantage. Theoretically. You
Pryor
wanna know
turns
what that
to
is?
I'm listening.
Well, she don't got prosthetics.
Lazarus hears that and says, oh, you don't need prosthetics if you've got powered armor on par with our corpse.
Alyosha is about to say that.
And a relic, for that matter. Lazarus turns back to you all and says, all right, lesson time, everyone. Who's heard of a certain warrior from L Corp before. Oh, what's the name of it? It's something about the Eastern War Stride armor, I believe. Anyone here heard of that?
Prior's head is buried in his hands. He does not say anything, but anyone who can read Prior's expression just knows that Prior is trying desperately not to scream into his arms.
And Lazarus says, with a solemn nod as his voice drops, he says, there is a reason someone in that sort of gear, wielding that sort of weapon, was able to survive an arbiter, even an arbiter who was playing around and taking her time when every other butler was immediately flattened.
The only other real advantage we got is the fact she's not in her prime anymore.
Take it from an old man. Battle experience is not something often lost with time, even if one's reflexes are.
Yeah, well, we've basically got worst of the worst left for us. But we're no pushovers either.
It's true. There's one of her and... Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey! 8 of us!
Yuna kind of shakily raises a hand and says, can you maybe count me out of that one?
No, Yuna, you are involved in this count.
Okay.
That's why I said, well, we're gonna need those doohickey of yours. The ampules.
Shit.
Oh, we have 3 of them.
Those are our lifelines. And Alio shall look over at Meru. Your attacks are probably the strongest of us here.
Naturally.
But
Listen, I mean, there's little help that we get by panicking and thinking that there's nothing we can do, right?
how easy for you to say with that glowy thing of yours. But I get what you mean.
I mean, yeah, no, it is easier for me to say. But what I'm trying to say is that going into something thinking that it's basically a lost cause is only going to make it more likely to happen. It's like there's a word for it. Self-fulfilling something or other.
Prophecy?
Sure, that's probably the word. Go into it thinking obviously going into it cocky isn't going to exactly help you, but listen, I've lived my whole life going up against things that I really probably shouldn't have come back from. If
Fair enough.
I go into this thinking that, well, this is it, then maybe it will be, but I don't want to.
Right. Plus, don't doubt the power of ego gear. No offense, Abel.
I'm not doubting the power of it. I know quite well.
Well, I think y'all are at least crazy enough to follow me into battle. So that counts for something. And as much as I wish we had time to sit down and have good old Doc look over our wounds, she says as she looks over at Kai, we don't have that kind of time, so gotta go in as we are now.
Okay.
Mr. DM.
Yes.
Quick question. So,
yes.
just to recount something that is not happening, and make sure that this is, because I know it is very much what happens in the chat is what happens in the game. We've not felt any rush of will of sort, and I can't help but notice that you've not told us to increase our affinity yet this session. That has not happened, correct?
Yeah, no, the light is absent from this place. You can't feel anything at all. There is not that usual like warmth present with you. It's almost as if it's been cut off somehow.
Yeah. Prior has become so comfortable feeling that whenever things start to get stressful that it's not much. It's that little warmth in his chest, that whisper in the back of his head. He's so used to it that not feeling it is starting to cause him to grip his staff a little tighter, and he just goes, right, sorry. Feels like I'm losing my mind in this place. Well, only one way to go. Forward. One way to go.
Absolutely. And as you all turn to proceed, is there anything else any of you would like to say to each other?
Yeah, Prior is going to walk over and grab Lazarus by the shoulder.
Absolutely. He doesn't seem to like react, and he just says, "Yes, Prior."
And Prior lowers his voice down to like a harsh, breathy whisper, and he goes, "If she really is all you say she is, this is not going to be an easy fight. And with her wounds already being what they are, and the fact that we haven't even gotten to the heart of the Fathoms yet, is there any way we might be able to get out of this fight? I mean, you know her better than others. Is there some other angle we can attack from? Some weakness of morality? Anything we can press into? I don't think fighting fair is gonna do us very good in this upcoming fight."
Oh, it absolutely will not. But, Prior, and Lazarus leans in a bit closer to you when he says this, who do you think was the one who carried out the execution of Cain each time?
Prior's mouth opens, and then it falls into a line and then a frown.
And Lazarus steps back a bit and turns around as he says, "There's a reason that you were all shown. The one time it was someone else. There's no getting through to her. And besides, the Fathoms don't seem to care much for where we want to go." And he kind of sweeps an arm around as he says, "Have you noticed? The walls have been condensing. It's not as sprawling as before."
We're being guided to one inevitable possibility. How uniquely and distinctly Adam of this place.
He doesn't say anything else to that, but he continues to walk forward. And is there anything else the rest of you would like to say or do before I will let you know what happens?
Is crying a free action?
Crying is a free action. I'll give you that.
Okay, Prior doesn't. I'll get back to you on myself.
Wonderful.
Nothing for Alyosha.
I can't think of anything.
Yeah.
Wonderful. In that case, as you all proceed forward, Lazarus was right about the walls. You all notice, some of you sooner than others, I imagine, that it does seem like this place has begun to condense on itself. What was once a sprawling labyrinth where it felt like you could wander about without finding your way, you've noticed that there is almost what looks like a single path forward. And prior, as you all reach the next room, your hair begins to stand on end. And there is the faint sound of thrumming in the back of your skull, as something is going to activate that has not activated before, as you have never come into contact with something like this. Your core passive activates.
Yes, Prior. Right. I keep forgetting
You
I
know
got
what
that back.
does if you'd like to describe Prior's reaction here.
Prior has not felt this reaction for a long time. Neo burrowed into him so deep and so firmly, had suppressed this particular facet of his nature. But with the machine only a lingering dredge in his mind, for once he feels a sixth sense begin to breathe inside of him. Something very old, but very dear to him. Something that reminds him of an old life. Something that makes his eyes narrow, and he speaks. She's up ahead, and she has the item with her.
Do any of you say anything? Or do you all continue to walk forward? Meru, Kai.
I think we can continue forward.
Absolutely. And what you all see before you when you walk into the next room is this. There is a woman standing there, holding a sword with the blade planted at the ground. She does not look to be dressed in armor at this moment. And Prior, the moment you see her, you know what caused that feeling. It is that blade that she is holding. Behind her, she is flanked by two butlers, but you all can see that there are butlers filling the room. And there are about, I would say in this room, 40 butlers total. They're standing alongside the walls, but none of them have immediately gone to attack any of you. Aside from the two that are flanking her, none of the butlers look particularly impressive. They look similar to the butlers that you all encountered back at the party, and that you all have encountered in this place. But they still do outnumber you.
So you must... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, please, if you have something to say to her.
No. Prior goes, so you must be old Nat.
Prior, her gaze finds you when you speak. And you do hear this in your head.
I love you. I love you. I love you.
As mimicry activates and she simply says, "That I am." And she looks to you, Alyosha, staring down at you as she says, "Stand down, Alyosha. This is as far as you go."
You can't seriously be asking me to do that.
I am. If you are insistent on moving ahead, then be aware that my hand will be forced. And her eyes once again land on you, Prior. And she says, "It has been a long time since we met. I'm excited for a chance to finally fight. Master Leonis forbade me before."
Prior grits his teeth and is so sick and fucking tired of hearing this and goes, "Yet another member of the Leonis household has me at a considerable disadvantage. I'm afraid this is my first time meeting you by my perception."
All right. I forgot you wouldn't remember. And she then...
Yeah, Prior
Unless you have more to
does
say to her.
Prior locks eyes with her and goes, "You must either be very confident in your abilities or very foolish to have wanted to spar with the man I once was."
She does look back to you for a moment, Prior, and simply says, "I would have been curious to see the result." And how much I could have withstood.
Prior just holds his grimace.
Absolutely. You all see as her gaze lands on Lazarus. And she looks to him, nods her head, and says, "I knew you were alive, Dimitri. Master Leonis foresees all." And Lazarus, you think, is looking back at her as he just says, "Nat." And there is a tense silence between them before she speaks again and says, "The master commanded your hatchery be destroyed before we came here. And so I carried out his command. You stay out of this." And there's a moment you all see where Lazarus's mask, it's covering his face and it's obscuring the expression beneath. But you all can hear the sharp intake of breath before he speaks, though his voice is strained. "And what of it? I need to see Cain again, and I will see Cain again. Or at least I can tell her that I'm alive and free her from that man's game, that one you've been serving." Do you think I really care?
Prior's eyes flash to Lazarus. He knows what this means based on what they've said, and he immediately steps in a defensive stance beside Lazarus.
Lazarus does almost seem to... His body had almost seemed to lock up and tense for a moment, but he seems to relax a bit as you step beside him, Prior. You can't see behind the mask, but he is very still.
I think Prior can see behind the mask in his own way. The love of a father is something that, while Prior is not well practiced in showing, he understands deeply.
Absolutely. And Old Nat then looks to you, Meru. And when she speaks, she says, Master Leonis told me of the incident of your department nearly being wiped out. I am interested in seeing your full potential, though your stature does surprise me.
I think Meru honestly hadn't expected to be properly addressed. Not that he's happy to be addressed. I think when she speaks to him, he simply just he looks up at her with a bit of a glare, and he starts by saying, I think that given the situation, I believe my stature should be the least of both your and my concerns, Miss Natalia. And when he calls her by that more fuller title, it seems like it's an act of politeness, I guess, on the surface, but you could tell his use of that title is meant to be anything but. And then right after he'll kind of sneer at her and will continue talking by saying, as for those things you've been told about me, whatever it is you were told exactly, I haven't succumbed to my gear like that in years. All you deserve to know about me is that I'm nothing less than one of the sharpest shots in the city.
She gives you a nod and says, let's test that, shall we?
Meru has no response to that.
Absolutely. Before she looks to you, Kai, and she says, and how does your strength compare to mine, Kai? An arm wrestling match could be interesting. My tech against yours.
Kai squints his eyes and looks warily at Old Nat. He responds, if these were friendlier circumstances, maybe I'd entertain such a notion. Unfortunately, my arms will likely be used for lethal force against you, so that'll be all you have to go off of for our comparative strength.
I wouldn't want you to use less than that. And at last, her eyes fall on Abel. She doesn't seem at all surprised to see Miix here or Yuna carrying Mix's body, as she simply looks down at Abel and says, the anomaly. You shouldn't be here, according to Master Leonis. And Abel has curled a hand into a fist as the flames begin to leap up from his gauntlet. And he says, I'm here, whether you or the shitty old man likes it. And you all can see Abel looks like he is just waiting to throw himself at this woman.
Prior looks back at Yuna and gives the hand signals to make sure the ampules are like set up.
Yuna nods back to you, and Yuna's basically back towards the corner here. As I should ask, do all of you ready yourselves? Is there anything else any of you would like to say?
With their ampules set up, Prior looks towards Lazarus, he looks towards Alyosha, he looks towards old Nat, and he does whisper to Meru, "Strike true. I'll make sure you stay up. No matter what, you're going to have to be the one who breaks through her shell."
I'll do what I can, just like always.
Prior looks towards Alyosha and gives a nod that he's ready to proceed when she is.
All right, everyone. Fight to kill. That's the only way we're gonna survive long enough to even get to that point.
And if you're all ready, you watch as old Nat smiles for the first time. And there is this battle lust in that smile. She raises the sword and it lights a flame. And as we all begin to roll for initiative, something is going to happen first. A couple things are going to happen before the battle itself even. The sword is activated. Graham, the burning blade. You can see the flames licking at the blade that she has lifted. This sword has replaced, as it is a relic, it has replaced her core passive with its relic core. Her relic will modify all of her skills to always target a body part. If the unit drops to 0 health and is not executed when the arms or legs are targeted, that unit will permanently lose that limb if healing is not received before the start of the unit's next turn. This will be considered a permanent flaw if you lose the limb. If a unit drops to 0 health and is not executed when the torso is targeted, that unit will lose 4 points from fortitude divided between their stats, minimum 1. If healing is not received before the start of the unit's next turn. This will be considered a permanent flaw. If a unit drops to 0 health when the head or the heart is targeted, that unit is dealt a mortal wound. That wound cannot be healed unless the healing is received immediately at the time the injury is taken. By immediately, I mean immediately, as in it needs to be on your person when it happens. Which means that the only thing you all know of that would prevent this is Yuna's core passive at the moment. Regardless of the body part targeted, once the healing period has passed, body parts cannot be healed or regenerated, only replaced by a non-biological prosthesis.
Hey, see, Cinna?
Yes. Yes, Friar.
Neo, how does that interact with this?
Well, we'll find out, won't we?
Thanks. Okay.
Relic passive, Blade of Eden, attunement level 1.
Oh, there's more!
There is more. She will be replacing the damage type of all her skills with Red Blunt. She will gain overwhelming against any targets with less than Aleph quality gear. That means everyone but Meru will be taking the full damage dealt to them, and their ego will not help them against it, or their armor will not help them against that, as only Meru here has Aleph quality armor. At the start of the combat, which is right now, Old Nat will heal 10 health and SP, and she will gain 10 burn on herself. Her attunement level 2. The Armor of the Lord. She will replace her defensive skill with Guardian's Will, and she will replace her defensive resistances with Relic Grand Blade of Eden if they're lower. You will not yet learn what those do. And attunement level 3. Her Relic Core, Grace of that Most Holy. she will gain a new skill 1x and skill 3x that will be added based on how many skills 1 and 3 she currently has. At the start of each round, she will heal damage equal to the burn on herself, and she may forego that healing to heal an ally. Once per scene, reactive, she may awaken the relic to ignore all damage and status applications. She will then be dealt 8 minus her attunement level red damage. And her relic. She is at attunement level 3 for this relic. This is a new mechanic for the 5th Trumpet system. Relics go up to 5 levels of attunement, and you must match the different tenants. And there is one last thing that will happen before combat even begins. Metallic white plates begin to spread across her body at once. A fortifying shell on par with an Aleph ego suit covering her entire form. There is a hissing sound, rumbling energy, and Kai, you immediately smell the scent of burning enkephalin being used as fuel. The air warms up, and every footfall is as light as a feather in the breeze, and yet still falls with the crack of thunder. Its wearer, no, its pilot, stands before you. All of a sudden, you understand the wealth of the Leonis family. She gets a couple of things. S Corp's Dujong Brigande, R Corp's powered armor suit, the full plate armor used by the Knights of the West. Lord Leonis made sure that his chief butler would be equipped with the best of the best that could be found. Although this suit is not so much equipped as it is piloted. It greatly augments the user's offensive and defensive capabilities, and once a rider has familiarized herself with the extended reach and heightened power, she becomes a machine of war that strides across battlefields with the promise of slaughter. All Nat's challenges have been reflected to account for the specialized armor she has been outfitted with. All Nat's health has been reflected to account for the specialized armor she has been outfitted with. She begins at initiative 15. She takes half rounded down of any non-unique status inflicted. And the first time she would be staggered, she recovers. And now, welcome to initiative, everyone.
Welcome to initiative!
And let me just move her up to where she should be. There we go. And I just need to move this onto the screen and adjust the battle map a little bit. All right. The tracker is in place. Yuna is on the field but will not be participating, so I'm going to hide Yuna there. And for the moment, there is a single redeem that will become available. So, managers. Or should I say mixed recovery team? Are you all ready as we begin with her turn?
Oh.
Yeah, sure. What do you want us to say?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Ready is
Yeah.
there's something to
Yeah.
contest.
Aliocha, would you like to activate your guard pass?
Yes, I was gonna say at the start of the round, I believe Meru and Alyosha both have things that activate.
Yeah, so just to remind y'all, until both hands are burnt, I will gain midnight oil, so I'm gonna gain another stack of that. So I get some nice buffs thanks to that, which I will very much need.
Hey, but you start with enough burn now that I think your skill 1 is just turned on without you needing to do anything.
Yeah.
Yep, I believe. Yep, you start with 6 burn, and Meru, you start with 1 magic bullet,
Yes.
I believe, in your chamber.
And Prior is going to start with his he has no sanity damage, just willpower damage, so he's going to start with his 7 heroic magic. So I've got all my healing online.
Wonderful. Lazarus will begin. Lazarus is moving back towards Yuna. Lazarus is going to be hidden from initiative as Lazarus backs up towards Yuna, and Lazarus is actually going to target Alyosha with this, as he will gain a charge barrier, and for the remainder of the encounter, whenever Alyosha would take damage, Lazarus will gain 1 sinking and take the damage instead.
Woo.
As he can see how Old Nat is eyeing you, Alyosha. And I believe that is everyone's beginning of battlefield abilities that have gone off.
Yep.
Wonderful. Which means it is now Old Nat.
I think
Turn.
a redeem in chat was just triggered.
A redeem in chat was indeed. You all do not feel the light. There is a moment where you swear you feel the light trying to come through, and then that armor seems to flare up as the teal parts of it glow, and Old Nat will gain 5 protection.
Cool.
And
Awesome.
so, we begin. She is going to start with her skill 2. Next, Adam has preordained. She looks at you, Alyosha, and she points the sword towards you. This is an unclashable attack. She is targeting your fate. This skill has been disempowered because of a choice made by the light back on Wednesday. And she looks at you and she says, Adam has foreseen what will happen next. As Alyosha, the next skill made against you is unclashable. And she looks to you and simply says, Master Leonis has commanded me to do such. I will be aiming for your legs, and you will be taking the full brunt of this attack. And Alyosha,
Oh.
she's going to use Art of the Chief Butler on you. You cannot dodge this. It is coming for your legs. You will be taking, because of overwhelming, a full 6 damage, or you would, except Lazarus will be taking that and a point of sinking. It goes to his
What?
charge barrier first. So that's gonna be 6 damage to him. However, you will be inflicted with, the burn. So that is 6 burn, bringing you to 12. And you will be inflicted with binding technique. You cannot flee, you cannot move, and you cannot use reactive skills. However, she is up in your face currently. And what does it feel like as you see the sword come for your legs and just cleave through them? And though you don't take the damage, Lazarus has doubled over from it.
Yeah, I mean, she is. I imagine that on that just blitzes towards Alyosha, and Alyosha's fast. There's a reason that she is only the next in line and not the current chief butler. Old Nat is just able to use her experience to take advantage of Alyosha's youth, and she just gets sent flying before she manages to catch herself. Thankfully, she didn't take any damage, but this wasn't what she was expecting.
Absolutely. And that will be her 2 actions. As she does pass her turn. After doing so,
Well, gotta return the favor. I'm gonna use my skill 1.
wonderful. That will be against a challenge 8.
Okay, well, thankfully, I have 6 or more burn. So gains 3 dice. I really gotta be careful about spending my sin. And 3 against 8.
12 success crit. That does beat her guard.
Okay.
So, Alyosha, that's going to be a total of, I believe, 6 red blunt damage. She does do, let me grab those defenses she has been granted. These are from her relic defenses. So she does half the blunt damage, but she does not half it again because she does not resist red. So she is going to be taking 3 damage, which means that her protection goes down to 2. And she will be taking 1 burn as she halves all statuses done to her. You will gain 2 burn. And what does it look like, Alyosha, when you use this attack on her?
Yeah, she just, as she manages to catch herself with her hands and land on her feet, she blitzes forth and goes down low, and then she flips and lands a cartwheel kick as her foot catches Allnet's chin, and she lands a pretty mighty blow, but obviously with all that protection, it's against a normal person, it would be more than enough to take him out, but this ain't a normal person, and that'll be her turn.
Absolutely. You can even see the blade glow flare up even more as we end your turn. And we go to the elite butlers. This elite butler is going to go for Kai. As Kai, they move right towards you, and they're going to use their 1 skill slot to use housekeeping on you. It's going to be a challenge 5 for you to defend against.
All right. Can I ask, can I use my, I'm presuming not, but my Cobalt Scar modifier because I'm fully injured, or is that only for, like, attacks?
You can,
okay.
Oh no, sorry, that is, I believe that's actually only for attacks. If it's your blood to focus, no, not blood to focus, it's your, it's your berserk. Yeah, it's your berserking one. I believe that's only for attacks. Okay.
Just thought I'd ask.
No worries.
Alright. Oh, hang on. I've really been rolling not well recently.
Oh, however, your core passive should be activating. Kai, you are injured, so you do actually, you get +2 dice bonus and deal +2 damage to all Fortitude and Justice skills, which, however, your guard, I believe, is not. It's Endurance, which is a Oh, no, it is a Fortitude. You do get +2 dice, actually.
Oh.
My bad. You can roll 2 extra dice, Kai.
Okay, okay. I'm just gonna do that separately.
Yeah,
we have not had a fight in a while where you being injured is significantly no.
Well, okay, those failed anyway. Let me do a willpower reroll real quick on the ones that I did roll before.
Feel free.
And it's oh my god, it's not over for me.
It's a 6 success crit. So Kai, The other thing that happens is you actually, because you're starting injured, you should gain protection for every marked health box.
That's once per canto if Kai chooses to activate it.
Would you like to use it for this fight, this canto, Kai? You've not used it yet. It's once per canto.
You know, I know they were really early on in this. This is really freaky fight. I am a bit worried.
You want to pop it? I don't think that's a bad idea.
Okay, yeah. Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, yes.
That's
Okay.
gonna be 14 protection for you, and you will half all status damage.
Okay, cool.
Kai just became the fucking juggernaut. This is the first time, Kai, I think you've used this core
Yeah,
passive.
what does it look like, Kai, when you use it?
So you said that I gain 14 protection, but, like, I assume that I keep all my injuries, right?
Yes, you
Yes.
do. You are still injured. You just have become
Okay,
tankier
cool.
and harder to kill.
Yeah, it's not dissimilar to when, he uses his skill 3 when he's Unbreakable Doll, and he sort of rallies himself back to, a decent amount of health, but instead of taking away the advantage that he gets from having all of this adrenaline, it's like an invisible sheet of armor has wrapped itself around him. He steels himself, he gets into a more efficient fighting position. His claws seem sharper, his teeth are bared at the butler that attempted to attack him before. He looks more feral than before, but also much harder to kill. He is a guard dog through and through. He just doesn't look as tame as he did before.
Absolutely. And their knife just seems to bounce off you almost harmlessly, as they cannot cut through your skin. And the other butler will act, and this one is going for you, Meru.
I was hoping you weren't gonna say that.
As they're going to use skill 1 housekeeping on you, and their knife comes out and tries to slit your throat, basically, and this is the challenge 5.
Okay. That's fine. I am going to boom. You know, I'm gonna wait, hold on. I'm gonna take a hit to my willpower. A scary thing to say today, but I'm going to do that because that will immediately make me strained.
Absolutely.
Which means, where is it? It's starting strong. Starting strong. So I will do that. And I'll describe it after I roll. So that gives me an extra dice. And I will evade. Okay. Yes, okay. Challenge 5?
Yep, challenge 5.
Easy.
8 success crit.
Easy.
What does it look like as you dodge this knife coming right towards your foe, Meru?
Yeah, I mean, I think Meru, he's gone into this pretty locked in. And it was mentioned earlier, but I mean, Meru, his head is still killing him. And again, he knows he really shouldn't try to do this again based on what he was taught recently. But before he can, you know, he stops himself from traveling down that train of thought of what he should or shouldn't do, because it really won't lead him anywhere. So I think instead, as he's watching this fighting happen, he starts to see someone coming towards him. He takes a moment to, how do I word this? He forces his worries and concerns to be swept out of the center of his mind, and the only thing that is left behind after doing that is one singular memory, a fuzzy one of the first time that Vienna taught him self-defense in their childhood. You know, it was tough, and he remembers all of the punches and kicks and hits he took when putting what she taught him to work against other people in the area in the future. But he allows instead of just thinking about it, he allows that feeling of what that was like to sweep over him once more as I think when the butler comes over to slash at him, there is that golden glow once again that surrounds him, and it almost looks like it's about to fizzle out as soon as it begins. But when Meru allows the feeling to sweep over him fully, he will briefly close his eyes and he will allow his body through muscle memory to dodge. And when he easily steps away from the attack, he opens his eyes again, and the light around him, that golden glow, stabilizes.
Absolutely, Meru. You now have your shit up, and we're going to your turn.
Right. Okay. Oh, I have two choices here. I have two choices. The butler or old Nat?
I think we need to take out... Okay. Not to speak above the table, but prior tactician moment. We have two things to be concerned about. One, we need to preserve these ampules, because if we go down, we lose limbs. However, for those... Meru, you and I are in a good position. Notably, these butlers are going to be dropping Kai's guard. I think we need to take out these butlers fast, because otherwise they are going to be doing chip damage, and I don't think we can afford chip damage if Old Nat is hitting with unclashables.
True. Okay. So I'll go for the butler then. That makes sense. Get them out of here. Because that'll be annoying. That's just another thing to have to dodge. Okay. I will do that. Okay. Sorry, I'm just quickly looking because I'm still learning my new build. I think... Oh, you know what I can do? If I want to get both of them? Okay. I am going to start by using my skill 2, because that will allow me to hit both.
Yeah!
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. So I will ouch, I'll take another hit to my willpower, it's fine. And I will... What is the challenge to hit these butlers?
The challenge to hit the butlers is a challenge 5.
Oh, okay. Alright, let's roll. 8. See, it's so hard. I'm trying to... I could crit. It doesn't... I shouldn't. I have to be more careful today. No, I'm not gonna reroll. I'm just gonna... It's a success.
8 successes?
I'm not gonna reroll.
That is going to be a total of... let's see. So it's 2 black pierce damage to each of them. And it's also going to be fragile equal to the margin, so they will each gain 3 fragile, and you will gain a second magic bullet.
Yep. I think you've seen it a few times now, so it's probably not surprising. That when Meru, if you're close enough to him, you can kind of see him make like the briefest glance over to where Kai and that one butler are, as if his gaze is trying to calculate something that you don't exactly understand. But at the same time, he's raising his rifle towards the butler in front of him. And when he pulls the trigger, just like those few times before, you see the portal form at the end of it. And then another portal form before the butler that's away from him. And the bullets, they shoot through. They don't down them or anything, but you can see the bullet shoot through them before being caught by another portal forming behind them. And that's my turn.
Absolutely. Lazarus is choosing to go on the defensive, and Prior, we go to your turn. What would you like to do?
Prior looks over the battlefield. Honestly, I think we need to get rid of these fuck-ass butlers. Meru's set him up. Prior's gonna go for the crackdown. Prior is just gonna skill 1. And I might regret this later in the fight. I am going to push it. Because I really want to try and get an early crit, because that's going to make a lot of difference. And I am spending a point of heroic magic to make the attack weight 2 so I can hit both butlers.
Absolutely. Go for it.
There we go!
Yup.
That's what I wanted!
8 success
Okay.
crit.
I am going to spend a point of sanity. Even though my damage is flat, this will affect the amount of poise I get. Okay, you know what? I'll take it. Not quite 10. That's what I was looking for, but you know what? I'll take it. So, first off, both of them are going to take 4 red damage, but that's going to consume their fragile, and that's going to go up to 7 red damage on each, red blunt on each of them.
Wonderful. So they each will take 7 red damage. And
Consume that
their
fragile. Then, I am going to heal... Meru, you want some extra health?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna heal... I'm gonna heal Meru for 4, and I'm gonna heal Lazarus for 4, and then I'm gonna drop down to 6 heroic magic.
Absolutely. Lazarus will heal.
Because Lazarus is absorbing damage for Alyosha right now. Lazarus is Alyosha's very, very one-use healing ampule right now, and I don't want it to pop. And then, Meru, you can take 7 poise.
I was hoping you would say that. Thank you.
No worries. And Prior is going to gain 4 poise himself. And that is Prior's turn as he... there is no whimsy or joy as Prior swings the staff around. He understands what they're fighting, and he knows that they need to turn this number advantage into their favor as quickly as possible. As he slams the staff into the ground, 2 portals open, and as he swings through them, 2 stars lance out and strike where the burning hole that the bullet left moments ago was, sending both butlers spinning away. That is Prior's turn.
Absolutely. And Lazarus, you don't know what the look on his face is, Prior, but you see the flash of a thumbs up under the cloak.
Prior nods.
And Kai, we go to you. What would you like to do?
Sorry. The butler right in front of me.
Yes.
I agree with Prior's plan to be picking off the butlers before they can do, chip damage, or at least as best we can early on. So I think I'm gonna skill 1 against this guy, if that's chill with the court.
Absolutely. He is just a challenge 5.
Alrighty.
They're both looking equally worse for wear right now. Neither of them are looking good at the moment, but they're both still standing.
Yeah. Well, aside from my protection, I still have bloodlust because I am very injured. So I'm really hoping I can get this guy. I know you can't tell, or I know you won't tell me how many hit points he has left, but I'm gonna try to kill him. Okay, hang on. Let me re-roll that, just to make sure I have aura. Okay, 11 successes.
11 successes. That is going to be 12 do against this guy, so you do +2, because I assume, are you trying to grapple him?
I'm not binding.
You're not
Yeah,
binding? No. Awesome. Oh god, that's a lot. That's gonna be 8 damage to this guy. And he's gonna gain bleed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which will immediately activate. He is looking like he's about to go down. He's got 1 bleed on him. He's like barely clinging to life right now. You just don't do enough to get him to...
We are slamming these guys. Listen, these guys are not pushovers, but we are fucking slamming them with everything we got. We are not fucking around here.
Yep. What does it look like, Kai, when you hit him and almost take him down?
I do truly believe that, with how close that he is to Kai right now, rather than going in for my usual swiping at him, I think that Kai lunges his arm out, sinks his claws into this man's abdomen, and twists in hopes of puncturing as many vital organs as possible, to cripple and kill him. And although the last stretches of life seem to be something that he is clinging onto, I can imagine that he's probably punctured a lung.
Yes, he definitely has.
And the bleed is that filling with blood.
Absolutely, yeah. You can hear him gurgling as you do that. And would any of you like to direct Abel? Because otherwise Abel will run toward Golden Nap. Or do any of you want to tell Abel to actually hit one of the butlers?
He's his own person unless Pryor wants to say something.
Yeah, I mean, Pryor is going to look at Abel and he's going to say, actually, Abel's a burn unit and Old Nat has a bunch of burn on her right now. Maybe it's best to direct Abel against Old Nat.
You want to let him just run towards her then?
Wait, shit, Abel doesn't have any ampules. Hold on, Abel is entirely on his own. I just realized that. We have not thought about Abel surviving. He's not even got ego.
Yes.
Ugh.
Yes, Abel is just wearing his regular armor. And is swinging around his gauntlets.
It's genuinely insane how you see her.
Pryor goes, Abel, the butler.
Huh? Which one?
The one that's almost dead, and he points to the one in front of Kai.
And Abel will listen to that. Begrudgingly. You can see that he was on a crash course towards Old Nat. You all do know Yuna does still have the Feather of Honor ego. You can all ask Yuna to give that to him. But that's for a different conversation, as Abel will come towards this elite butler and throw a punch. And let's see, that's gonna be, he's gonna use his skill 1. And it's gonna be against a challenge 5. 10 success crit. 6 red damage, this guy's dead. This guy, explodes. I think Abel will leave him unconscious, but you can all see the fist coming in as he basically pounds this guy into the ground, not seeming to care the condition he is in when he falls down. And
that's
Abel
a third
will
magic
gain 2
look from
burn.
Meru.
Yep.
Alright.
I was gonna say that Kai does kind of nod an acknowledgement to Abel for downing that guy.
Abel nods back to you and kind of kicks the body a little. You think the guy is still alive as his body twitches a bit. And as we go to the end of the round, Burn is going to activate. And all end of round triggers will activate. Abel will take 2 damage, rather, and his burn will be reduced to 1. Old Nat will take 11 damage. Her protection is gone, so she takes 2 of that to protection, and she takes the other 9 to her health. 2, so that's gonna be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Old Nat will then reduce her burn to 6. And Alyosha, you would take
a lot of burn.
You would take 14 damage, but Lazarus is going to take 14 damage.
I don't die from burn.
However, all of your damage does go to him right now. So he will be taking...
He doesn't get to choose if he takes the damage or not?
Nope, that's not written into Gifts Ungiven. It's written as whenever he would die, he takes the damage, or whenever they would take damage, he would take the damage instead.
I was gonna say, whenever he's wanting to die, what the fuck?
So, yep, he is taking, do that to his charge barrier, and then he's taking, oh god, that's a lot of damage. That's 14 whole damage.
Yeah,
so
that's a lot, yeah.
The charge barrier is down. I will let you all know that right now. There is a shatter as the charge barrier goes down as he has taken over 15 damage.
Okay, I can keep healing. Alyosha, you got a way to stop yourself from taking burn damage though, so we got this. We've got a plan.
And then he will be taking 2, because that was... Sorry, I'm seeing how much he still has to take after that. Yep, because he had already taken 6. He just took another 14, so that's gonna be 5 to his actual tracker. Thankfully, Prior healed all the prior damage to his tracker. He sort of just clutches at his chest for a moment as you don't see any fire there, but you all do see that something happened, and it looks like he is in physical pain now. Is there anything else that activates at the end of the round? I do not believe so. As we get ready...
Oh, I think Alyosha loses her binding technique, yes?
Oh, no, actually, because I believe binding technique is, it says at the end of the round. Yes, Alyosha will lose her binding technique.
Thank God.
Yeah. Which means at the top of the round, Alyosha can choose to move thanks to her I believe Alyosha has something that lets her move at the top of the round, doesn't she?
Yes, her core passive. All right, Alyosha, is there anywhere you want to go?
Or not core passive, her my workshop.
Oh, yes.
Yep.
Or is Alyosha happy where she is?
I'm gonna assume that means that she is happy where she is.
Oh, of course not.
Oh, she's not. Where would she like to go then?
Well, then speak.
Yeah. Where is she going?
But there's not really any other place she
Yeah,
can
right.
go,
There's nowhere really to go right now.
Stay where she is.
Yeah.
Would she like to stay where she is?
Just a
Absolutely.
quick question.
Yes, Maru.
Does my Shin changing my initiative order change anything about the order of attacks, or am I still after the other two? Because they're all 10.
Right. I forgot. Your Shin does make you change your initiative this turn. I would say it goes based on who has... Oh, no, you would go after Old Nat because you have the highest justice of everyone.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So, however, Old Nat will still go first. And you know what? This turn, she is going to choose to You know what? She's actually this turn going to try to hit 2 different people. As she is first going to see before Alyosha that you are still standing. And she's going to use her skill 1-2 on you. This is an unbreakable coin. As you see her ready the blade, and it is going to be a challenge 9 that cannot be modified.
Oh, this is the relic skill!
And she's coming for your torso as you see the relic begin to glow.
Go, Alyosha! Dodge! You got this!
I really got I'm gonna push for this. What'd you say the challenge was?
The challenge is challenge 9.
Okay. Good. Oh, fuck me.
No,
3 successes. Now, Alyosha, you can treat your type defenses to the damage as endure. If you... Oh, no, actually, that will help you. You shouldn't. All you'll do is gain burn. Because she has an overwhelming attack that's coming towards you. Thankfully, I will let you all know Old Nat's healing and gaining 10 burn only happens at the start of combat, so that did not happen at the start of this round. However, all of her attacks do have overwhelming, as she hits you for a total of 8 red blood damage, which Lazarus will be taking. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And you will also be taking 2 burn, Alyosha, going up to 9. And you will be inflicted with forbiddens. This means that at the end of your next turn, it will be removed. You cannot heal HP or SP from combat skills, and if an attack would have attack weight, it becomes 1. And your attacks deal half damage rounded up, and you must target the person who inflicted forbiddens on you. As Old Nat readies the blade and comes right at you, aiming for your torso and cleaving through it, she says this to you, Alyosha. You should stop. You should stop trying to stop him from achieving his goals. You are a poor leader and one who has chosen the path that will hurt our family the most. You'd make for a poor Natalia. As the blade cuts through your midsection, Alyosha.
Oh, God.
And do you say anything back to her?
I ain't a leader. Never said I was.
And that itself is the very issue. You run from your responsibilities, and yet you're arrogant enough to make choices that will affect your entire group.
Shut up.
Strike me if you can. And she will move past you to go for Meru, who she has seen use an AoE attack.
Come on! I saw it coming and I was still hoping it'd be someone else.
Alyosha, would you like to react with your, I believe you have a skill that lets you trigger when they try to move from you.
Yes, I would. I'm gonna use boost fire. What's difficulty?
The difficulty is a challenge 8. As her guard is up.
But didn't work. Damn.
Yep, unfortunately, you are not able. Oh, sorry, that's actually the wrong one. It's skill 1 flame impact that lets you use it as a reactive. That's the one when they end their turn adjacent to you.
Oh, that's true.
But I believe it's the same roll regardless.
No,
Technically,
because I get
she
more.
can add 3 dice. She gets to add 3 dice, so roll
You know
3 more
what?
dice.
You know what? I'll let you
dice.
roll 3 more dice then. You can roll 3 more dice.
Oh, those
Oh.
were 1 success, 2 successes.
No 2
so-
successes.
Two
so that's 4.
successes. That's 4 successes against challenge 8.
I mean, it could happen. It could happen.
You
I'm
could
re-rolling
spend a
that.
point of sanity to re-roll, but that's up to you.
Well, you know what? I haven't done it yet. Why not?
Just need another 10. 7. That's a 9. That's 9 successes total.
Oh shit! Yeah! Yeah, wait, I think that actually... Wait, that would
Yeah,
be...
that's 9 successes.
9 successes.
7 plus 2.
That would actually... Yeah, that would hit. That would hit. That's going to be 9 successes. So, because it's skill 1, you will be inflicting 1 burn on her because she halves all statuses. And you will be doing 3 damage to her, and she halves all damage, so she will be taking 2, that would be rounded to 2. So she will take 2 damage. If you'd like to describe what it looks like.
Alyosha sees as she tries to dart past her from arrow and says, "Leave him alone!" And she will turn and do a jumping roundhouse kick, trying to buy Mara some time so that he can get ready for her.
Absolutely. And as it bounces off the armor, you've done a bit. But you know how this woman is. And she's coming right for you, Meru, with her skill 1, 2.
Yeah, bit might as well be nothing at all.
This is the challenge 9, Meru.
All right.
And she's targeting your torso.
Challenge 9.
Yep.
Take a hit to my willpower.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Five successes.
I'm so mad.
Would you like to spend a point of sanity?
Wait, let me read this again.
You would need 2 10s.
You would need
No.
2 tens. Absolutely. You actually have Aleph gear. So, Meru, you do get to take, because of your endure, you endure blunt. Instead of 8 damage, you take 7 health damage. Your torso is being targeted. You will be inflicted with Forbidden, so you cannot heal health or SP from combat skills. And your attack weight becomes 1. Your attacks deal half damage, and you must target Old Nat. And you're inflicted with 2 burn. As Meru, this sword comes through to try to cut through your stomach. And she just says, "A fascinating weapon you have." And how do you react, Meru, as this just cleaves through you?
I think he stumbles backwards and clutches at his gut as he's almost knocked off his feet.
Absolutely. And I should ask, did you want to use your shin to reduce, or are you not reducing? Because otherwise you would be taking 7 damage from this.
Yeah, he can reduce with shin.
All right. So you're only taking 6 damage to your health from this then. So be sure to mark that. And with that, that is her turn. And we go to yours.
Right, you said it's my turn?
Yep, it is your turn. All right. What would you like to do? You have to target on that because of 4
Can I
minutes.
move?
You don't have binding technique on you, so you can move.
Okay. I will do so then.
Absolutely. However, your attack weight is put down to 1, even with Magic Bullet. I should let you know.
Sorry, what did you say?
Your attack weight has been reduced to 1, even with Magic Bullet, of all things.
Oh shoot, you did say that.
Yep.
Wait. Sorry, can I not move actually? I totally forgot you
Yes,
said
you
that.
can stay
Sorry.
where you are if you would like.
My fault. I will skill 1 though on Old Nat.
Absolutely. You can use your skill 1 on her, and it is a challenge 8 to hit.
I got a desperation. I think. Yeah, it's challenge 8.
Wait. I think after that last damage, your desperation might have increased.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
Right.
you should have taken 6 hit points, Meru, so you should be injured right now, which means your shin
Yeah,
and your
yes.
desperation should have increased.
Your shin actually goes up to full. I think that marks you full, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Hell yeah!
Okay. Thank you. And I always forget. How many stacks of desperation do I get at max?
You have 3 stacks, which means you get +1 bonus dice for having 1 shin, and then you are injured and strained, so you are up to 6 dice with desperation right now.
Okay. And it was challenge 8?
Yep, challenge 8.
Yup. Yup.
All right, 16 success crit. So, that is going to be a total of, that would be, I believe, that's a margin of 8 plus 4 damage, which is 12. So that is going to be 12 damage to her. However, she does resist pierce. So that's going to be 6.
Not to be that guy, but Meru also has forbiddance on him.
Yes, he does. So that's going to be divided by 2, so it would be 6, and then it will be divided by 2 again. So that is 3 damage to her. And that is a crit. So you will inflict 1
Yes! Dark Flame!
Dark Flame.
Dark Flame is huge right now, wait!
Yep, and you will inflict magic bullet equal, or burn equal to magic bullet. You have free magic bullet, however, she halves all statuses, so she will only be getting, I believe, 2 burn on her, because it would be 3, or no, it'd be rounded down. Let me double check that. I wrote that in. It would be, for her specialized armor, rounded down. So if that's going to be 3 burns, she'll only be taking 1 burn.
Cool, up to 8.
That it will be. And Meru, would you like to describe what it looks like when you fire magic bullet? And you know this should be a devastating hit. You know this should be doing like 12 damage, but it is only done 3.
Yeah, no, I think after you see Meru do what he normally does with magic bullet, which is really just, you know, he fires the bullet, you see the normal portal, and the bullet goes through. It felt great, actually. Like it was like his like retaliation, like she hit him, so he's gonna hit her harder, but it's almost like some of that oomph was like, he could feel it, like, it just didn't hit the way he expected it to, which really confuses him. And I think after the attack hits, he'll kind of shake at his rifle a little bit and take another step backwards, and just hope that doesn't continue.
Absolutely. And Alyosha, it is your turn. What would you like to do? You have to target all of that, I will let you know, because of Forbidden.
I think I gotta do this. I'm gonna go up to old Nat, and I'm gonna use Fire Tornado.
Absolutely. That's going to be against a challenge 8 guard.
Um,
$11 success crit.
Oh, hell yeah.
oh,
So that is going to do 3 damage. However, because of forbiddance, she will be taking because that is 3 damage, and she will be having that to 1 damage instead. However, you will take no burn this turn, and your burn will not be reduced. And you will be dealing the margin in burn to her, which means she will be taking a total of 3 burn, bringing her to 11 burn.
Rounded down to 1.
Oh, yes. Sorry, it's rounded, of course. I forgot about that. Yep, so it'll be rounded down to 1, so she takes 1 more burn up to 9. And Alyosha, you can choose 1 ally, and you can remove up to 1 stack of a non-unique negative status on that ally and gain that much burn on yourself.
well, ain't a lot of people with negative ones, so I guess it's either Lazarus or Meru.
I think
I realize
Forbidden's
Lazarus should have
counter
2
unique
sinking,
Oh,
2 sinking right
wait,
now. He's taking damage twice.
Yes, Forbidden should go away after the turn, so actually Meru doesn't have Forbiddens anymore, but yes, Lazarus should have 2 sinking.
I'll take the 2 sinking from Lazarus then.
Absolutely. You can take the 2 sinking from him, and you can turn that into burn on yourself, bringing you to 11 burn. And what does it look like when you hit, Alyosha?
Yeah, she just once I think her and Meru do the attack as soon as Meru blasts his shot, Alyosha will jump up into the air, spin several times before using the momentum to land a flying kick, trying to smash old Nat down into the ground. Fortunately, I doubt she does that, but still is a heavy kick as she jumps back.
She catches the heavy kick as it comes down on her, and you can see as the armor begins to light up again, and she will gain 5 protection as she bulks up, and once more you all feel what feels like the light trying to poke through. But it is unable to. Alyosha, you can remove forbiddance from you. And we then go to the elite butler here. This elite butler is going to go to try to attack you, Alyosha. And he is going to try to use housekeeping on you. And it is a challenge 5. Three successes.
Okay.
5 successes. You're able to.
Oh wait, no, that re-rolled twice. I don't know why.
Oh.
It's actually not 5 successes. It should only be 1.
Oh, that's weird that it
Probably
triggered
before.
twice.
Yeah, I
Yep.
don't know why.
Yeah, no, that does actually hit you. As he comes in and does nick you, as the knife glances against you, and you are going to be inflicted with 2 bleed and 2 burn. So you go up to 13 burn, and you'll get 2 bleed. If you'd like to describe how you react to that. Oh, and yeah, actually, I don't believe... Oh, he deals 4 red damage to you, but Lazarus will be taking that damage.
No!
Alright,
This is not looking great.
Well, Alyosha just, like, winces as she tries to stay on top of things, stay on her feet. It's hard against all these people, but she's doing her best.
I can also let you all know right now, Lazarus is injured. As you can all see at this point, that Lazarus is sort of leaning on Yuna for a bit of support. Lazarus has now gained the injured condition. And we'll go to you, Prior.
Fuck, do I even have enough healing in my kit? I think I'll run out of time if I charge. I just gotta keep, Prior's just, fuck it, we're pumping out damage. Prior is going to, step out, bring the blade up, and he is going to, again, do a, fucking, I think I just got a skill 1. I really don't, I can't afford to skill 3 right now. I don't have the turn to charge. At least in a boss fight, my charging will be useful because they normally go long enough that I don't have to output healing every single turn. This fight, I'm going down to 1 affinity, and I am going to attack weight both Old Nat and the Butler.
Absolutely.
Which means I'm rolling against challenge 8, correct?
Yes. Yes, you are, if you're going against them both. And that is a 9 success crit. All right, Prior, how much are you doing to them?
All right. I'm down 1 heroic magic, but that's gonna be 3 red blunt to both.
Absolutely. 3 red blunt. She will take it to her protection, so she is going down to 2 protection.
Yep.
Oh no, sorry. She does actually have blunt, so she will be taking 1 to her protection.
Cool. That's fine. That's not why I'm doing it. The Butler takes full damage. Lazarus can heal for 3 HP.
He needs it. Is it aggravated or superficial?
I can't heal aggravated damage with my skill 1. It's just superficial.
Okay, wonderful.
Thanks for letting me know he's got that.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I just needed to check to know what I could and couldn't heal on him.
Okay, I'm so you still have a healing ampule, Meru. I think you're good. I'm going to give Abel 3 healing because I've realized we kind of neglected him and he's taking burn.
Right, and you also said that Abel can only heal non-aggravated damage?
You can only heal 3 non-aggravated.
Okay, wonderful. I just needed to make sure of that too.
That being said,
well, they're not
Alyosha,
injured anymore.
Alyosha, you got a lot of burn on yourself. Are you thinking of using your skill 3 soon?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Do you want poise for it?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Okay. You can take 6 poise on yourself. And Prior will gain 1 poise, which is enough to put him over the 5 poise threshold. He then loses another stack of heroic magic. He goes down to 5. Prior's just fucking throwing everything. The Grimoire pages are flying everywhere. He is healing. He is just bolts of healing are flying out of the Grimoire as he searches through it and goes, somewhere in this book is the spell that will save everyone. I know it. I just need a little more time. I just need a little more magic. Magical girl, you've given me this strength. Let me read it. I can be trusted with it. And just power flows out of Prior, healing beams as he searches desperately for the power he needs as he passes his turn.
Absolutely. Kai, we go to you. And Prior, I'll let you know, as you call out to her, you can hear a voice in your head. But it's very faint.
Well, I'm gonna go for the elite butler that is still standing. I believe I just rather get all of that out of the way as quickly as possible.
Absolutely, you're going for the butler?
Yes, and I know it's a challenge 5.
Yep, it's a challenge 5 to hit that butler.
Yeah, and I once again am hoping to. How is he looking? I know he wasn't looking good before, but is he?
The butler is not looking too good. He is injured at this point.
Alright, I'm gonna try to roll to kill, but last time I did, it was really awesome and it still didn't quite, so...
He's been injured. This one's been injured. So
Yeah.
This one's been injured.
Hang on, wait.
Alright.
I feel like I've been burning through willpower faster than I should, and I don't care. I'm going to try again.
Absolutely, you don't need sanity, especially when the light can't do it for you and heal you.
And remember, you do an extra plus 2 damage because you're injured.
Yep. That's an 8 success crit. Oh, right. Do you do extra plus 2 damage from your
plus
thing?
2 damage.
Oh, shoot, yeah, I do.
Oh, you should have done that from before.
I should have done that before, too. I probably
Alright.
could have killed that guy. Oh, well.
That's all right. Well, you do, it's gonna be 1, 2, that's gonna be 5, 7 damage to this guy.
With the bleed, too?
I was gonna say he was on 1 health until you mentioned the bleed. With
Awesome.
the bleed, that's enough to take him down, if you'd like to describe what it looks like.
Fantastic. Kai leaps forward and comes at this butler that has proven enough trouble without old Nat. He would rather than not have multiple targets to go for, and he slashes across or down, I suppose, from this man's throat through his abdomen. His insides become his outsides, spill onto the ground, and he collapses as Kai shakes his wolf paw off a little bit and splatters some blood on the linoleum flooring.
Absolutely. And that is the butler down. You all see as the butlers who have been observing do sort of move, but old Nat holds up the sword and they stay where they are and they don't move forward. And then with that, we are going to go to Abel's turn, who's going straight for old Nat. Abel sees that there is one person here still on the battlefield that he really, really, really wants to punch. And he is going to use... Yes, you know what? I think I'm looking, and it is better for him to just stick with his skill 1, which is what he will do. He's going to use Flaming Fists on her, which is against a challenge 8, and that is a 10 success crit. He is going to be dealing 6 red blunt damage, which is reduced to 3, which means her protection is down to 1. And then he is going to inflict 2 burn on her, as it is halved, and he will gain 2 burn, going to free burn.
There goes the healing Prior did this round.
Yep. As Abel clearly does not care to pay attention to the current state he is in, you all watch him go right for old Nat, and his fist seems to crack against the armor. It does not look like he is doing very much, but you all can see that the flames are continuing to grow ever higher. And at the end of the round, Alyosha, you used your, if I remember correctly, I believe you used your
Flame Tornado.
Yeah.
Fire Tornado, which means that for this turn, your burn does not activate, nor does it reduce. So Lazarus, thankfully, will not be taking 15 damage this turn.
He's not doing too well, guys. I'm trying. I don't actually put out that much healing when I'm... when I heal everyone for a little. I'm trying my best here.
Yep. However, I'm just gonna show what Fire Tornado does again because of that.
Yes.
Oh, it's not letting me show. Ignore the roll here. This is just...
Yeah.
Yeah. So Alyosha, you don't get to reduce it, but it does just stay on you. What were you gonna say, Prior?
Right, I was just gonna not to interrupt the end of round actions. I am just going to say Prior does look at the L Corp ampule he has on him. He is thinking of injecting into Lazarus on his next turn.
Wonderful.
Prior's straight up. Prior is looking to everyone and looking at the ampule. If no one stops him, that's going to be Prior's next turn.
Wonderful. Abel's going to take free damage from his burn, and then he's going to reduce his burn to I believe his burn goes down to 1. And then old Nat is going to take 11 damage. Her protection is gone, and then she takes 10 damage.
Hell yeah.
8, 9, 10. She gets rid of her dark flame, but she keeps the 11 burn on her.
Hell
and
yeah.
You all can tell she's actually starting to look the tiniest bit worn. As you can see that the armor looks like it's beginning to overheat from all of the burning. And all of the damage that it has been absorbing.
Okay, we're doing damage!
Yes. Yes, you are. Mario will take 2 burn, and then Mario will reduce his burn to 1. And I believe that is everything that triggers at the end of the turn.
Yes.
All right. We're going to the top of the round. Alyosha. Would you like to move anywhere?
Nope.
All right. You can stay where you are. All Nat's elite butlers are down. Which means all Nat will choose to take 3 actions.
I may have fucked up. I may have fucked up by killing the ads.
She's first going to look at you, Prior. And on you, she is going to use... Let's see. You know what? She is just going to use her skill 1 on you. This is a challenge 8 as she aims for your legs.
Have at least 2 I have 4 heroic magic left, so I get my boost to this. Challenge 8. Go. I can't afford to spend affinity. I gotta save this last point.
6 successes. Would you like to spend a point of sanity?
No!
7 successes. She comes towards you, seeing as you're the
No,
one who keeps...
guys, this is so bad. I can't use my status reduction. I can't use my status reduction. My reactives are turned off. We're fucked if she puts out a big amount of burn.
She has indeed turned off your reactive, as she's seen what you've been doing. Your legs are being targeted. You are inflicted with binding technique, which means you cannot flee, move, or use reactives. And she is going to hit you, because this is overwhelming, for 6 red blunt damage prior that you cannot reduce.
And poise can't be spent on defensive skills, correct?
No, it cannot unless it's specified otherwise. And you're inflicted with 6 burn.
Okay, I'll take 6 burn.
And then she's going to turn around and she looks at you, Alyosha. And she's going to use her skill 2.
Wait, sorry, 6 damage?
Yes, that you cannot reduce. It is 6 red blunt damage that you are taking prior.
Prior's injured with aggravated damage. The blade comes through, punches through the armor like nothing, and carves a deep gash through the skin, which the armor quickly tries to repair. There's something I imagine about this blade that leaves this long gashing burn on his skin.
That it does, Prior. And then she looks to Alyosha. And she's going to point her blade towards you, and she will say this. Adam will bring about a new world. One where people have the ability to make their own futures. I follow Master Leonis because he wants to save everyone, and he will do so by becoming an eternal martyr. He doesn't care what happens to himself so long as humanity can find happiness. Do you say anything to her, Alyosha?
Not yet, no.
Absolutely. She looks you up and down and she says, Master Leonis has preordained what will happen next. And she is going to use her skill free as you have 10 plus burn on you. Alyosha, this is unclashable. You cannot roll against it. Your legs have been taken, and she is coming for your arms here. As the blade comes towards you, attempting to cleave your arms, and it does 10 red blunt damage that is overwhelming. Alyosha, you have 10 health total and you are currently injured. However, Lazarus is absorbing damage for you at the moment. And as this comes in, you all see as Lazarus is going to activate his own skill in response to this one, as they are both unclashable skills.
Yes!
You all watch as he actually raises the staff, and the little nubs on his head begin to gather energy. He is going to cancel all ongoing skills, meaning that her skill free is canceled as it comes towards you. He's going to remove all positive status conditions from all units aside from himself, which means everyone will be losing all of their positive status conditions. So everyone can say goodbye to their poise.
What?
Magic Bullet is not positive. The ampules cannot be touched. However, Prior, I don't actually know. Does your Shin cannot be touched by this, but does your
I think heroic magic is considered a unique status because it's more like it's just a counter.
That is true. That's actually a good point. It is more of a counter. Does it get rid of midnight oil? I believe it was ruled as getting rid of that, however. Yeah. So Alyosha, you do lose your midnight oil.
No, midnight oil because it's a core passive feature.
Right, yes, it cannot affect the core passive feature. However, Kai does lose all his protection.
God damn, okay. I thought maybe if I was quiet, nothing would be said. Can I ask, because I assume not, but the, my bloodlust, that doesn't go away, does it? That's
no,
okay, cool.
That does not go away. That's not even a status, it's just a thing that's on you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna be real.
I was just making
I don't
sure.
even blame Lazarus for this one. He was just about to die.
Yes, he was about to explode. As he is
Wait, shit!
holding the staff, and his arms tremble a bit. But you all see, Old Nat looks unfazed, as she cannot be staggered. That said, she has used all her actions for the turn, and she will be passing her turn here. Meru, you unstagger on your turn. Would you like to describe anything?
I don't think there's anything in particular.
Absolutely. In that case, you unstagger. Alyosha, on your turn, would you like to describe anything as you have to spend your entire turn unstaggering?
Just covered in muck, sweat, grime, blood. Same as all of them.
Absolutely. And the elite butler is no longer in the combat. Prior, you unstagger on your turn if you have anything to describe there.
Prior sees Old Nat remain completely stoic in the face of this. Prior is knocked to the ground, his head it goes, and he turns to Lazarus and he goes, "Get away! Leave the combat! You can flee! We've got this!"
Absolutely, Prior. And you've unstaggered. Lazarus is silent behind the mask. Kai, you spend your entire turn unstaggering as well.
Hmm.
And Alyosha should be unstaggered. There we go. Do you do anything as you are unstaggered?
Old Nat is our only challenger on the field now, right? Like, there's no butlers that I know of, like, coming. It's just her.
There's just her. You are surrounded by butlers, but none of them have, done anything yet.
Yeah. As Kai regains his footing, I think I will, not to infringe upon Alyosha's movement or anything, but I would like to get, closer to where she's standing so that I can also be within range of Old Nat.
Absolutely. You actually can't move because you had to spend your turn on staggering, Kai.
Oh, wait,
I was more
I'm
just if you had
silly.
any reaction.
I got you. I'm silly. No.
I starts
okay.
to try and crawl, I think, and that's
Yeah,
about
you can
it.
start trying to
Yeah,
crawl.
sure. Yeah.
Absolutely. Abel will unstagger on his turn. And Abel cannot do anything now, but he is glaring daggers into Old Nat. And do at the end of the round. Oh god, yeah. You all staggered. Which means that burn would activate at the end. So, Meru, you are taking 1 damage from your burn, and then you are reducing it to 0. Abel is taking 1 damage from his burn, and then reducing it to 0. Prior, you are taking 6 damage from your burn, and then reducing it to free. Onat will be taking 11 damage from her burn. And will be also, sorry, I'm looking for where this is. Yeah, 11 damage from her burn. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Prior has 1 health. I just need everyone to know that.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, God. She's taking 11 damage. She's reducing it to 11 divided by 2. That's going to be, or I'm so smart. Rounded down. So she's going to be reducing that
6
to 6.
5.
Or
Sorry,
5.
5. Rounded.
5. Yes. She's going to be reducing it to 5.
Okay.
And
Now,
Then-
I know what's about to happen.
yes, Lazarus is about to explode.
So, Prior's kit has changed slightly. Prior has been practicing some new skills with his ego, as he has gotten more attuned with it, for balance reasons, over the last canto, and he hasn't shown off this new one yet. I was really hoping I wouldn't have to do this, because I was really hoping I'd still have my poise. Prior is going to use his skill 2-1. I am going to spend my heroic magic now, Mr. Senna.
Yes.
I'm going to say.
So Prior, I was gonna say you have binding technique on you.
I am gonna say technically, this all occurs at round end.
Yes.
I would like to, Mr. GM, note that we have not specified whether the removal of statuses occurs before or after taking damages from status occurs. I would like to ask for your eternal mercy. Please, I have not ever begged you for I have been your faithful mechanics man. I helped build the system. Couldn't we put in a rule here? Maybe could we go for the idea that at turn end statuses are removed and then status damage is taken?
You know what? Yes. Okay, you know what? There will be an official system update right now, everyone, because Prior has been so nice. Official status update. Official 5th Trumpet update. The new rules are at the end of a round. You will first remove your statuses and then you will do damage statuses. That is the new rule. That is the new rule that is in place going forward. As recompense, Prior, I expect you to get out a system update at the end of Act 3.
Yep. Prior spends all of his heroic magic as poise and biffs the damage Alyosha would take from burn, and then immediately enters negative SP form.
Wonderful. In that case, That would mean, so what exactly does Alyosha not take any damage then, or how does this
Prior
work
spends its
exactly?
heroic magic as poise, so this skill is treated as a crit, which means that if they would take damage from a negative status, they do not instead. And
Wonderful.
then Prior has burned all its heroic magic.
Awesome. So Alyosha?
I can't heal anyone anymore. Goodbye.
Yep. Alyosha, you are about to, well, none of you are taking any damage, but you will be reducing your burn down to, I believe, 7.
All right.
Also, by Crazier, was Meru supposed to reduce his burn to 0? Did he have 1 burn on him?
Yeah, it's supposed to be reduced to 0.
Yes, so you should remove
I
that
already
burn.
took the damage, yeah.
Yep. All right, wonderful. Wanted to make sure. Lazarus lives another round.
That's it. That's all I can do, guys. That's literally all I can do.
Absolutely.
Maybe old Nat whiffs on her turn.
We'll see. As we go to the start of the round. And I need to let you all know something. At the start of the round. Oh, Nat is now injured. That's all you need to know. But at the start of the round, Alyosha, will you choose to reposition yourself at all with your passive?
Get fucking back!
Absolutely. You can move back. And we're going to go to Olnat's turn. Olnat draws the sword, and now that she is injured, she will heal damage equal to the burn on herself. So she will heal 5 damage. And then, she will, once that is done, there we go, I just need to make sure I calculate that correctly. She will then look to you, Alyosha. And she is going to use her skill 2 on you.
Hey, old Nat, but girl, buddy.
Make this
Prior goes,
uncrashable.
no!
And Alyosha, the next skill she uses against you will be unclashable. As she draws her sword and she says, Adam said, when the moment arrived, when your will faltered and you staggered, aim for the heart and don't hesitate. And she is going to use her skill 3-2. This can be used once per combat. After the first time she has been injured or staggered. It targets the body part heart. Damage dealt by this skill after defenses apply becomes burn on the target. They do not take HP damage. If the target has any non-unique positive status on them, remove all those statuses and then activate burn on the target equal to the attunement level -2. And after use, she will gain Purging Archangel. As you all see the sword begin to glow brighter than it did before, as she unseals this relic. And prior, given your own connection with relics, as I believe you are the only one in this room who would have, who would feel something from this, you know that something is terribly wrong. As Alyosha, you will be taking 20 damage. Or rather, you will be taking 20 burn. You already have 15 on yourself, which means that you now have 35 burn on you. And that is going to activate as your burn will activate on you. And you are going to take 35. Now, she only has a 2-minute level 3, which means this will only activate once, but 35 damage will be dealt to Lazarus.
I can't use my skill too. God. Lazarus! Lazarus, no!
This will bring Lazarus to 0 health. As the blade comes towards your heart, Alyosha, and goes to pierce it, Lazarus will fall from this, but first he will activate his skill 32. This is an unclashable reactive. And he can only activate it from passive gifts ungiven. He's not removed from the combat for having 0 HP until this skill ends. And he will deal 2 aggravated black blunt damage to Old Nat. You all watch as the flaming sword pierces through his body, and he stumbles back, blood pouring from his wound, and the skin beginning to burn from the blade and the wound left behind there. As you all will remember, if a unit drops to 0 health when the head or heart is targeted, then that wound cannot be healed unless healing is received immediately. And as he's about to fall, do any of you react?
Immediately, wow. Alyosha will rush over and catch him.
You are able to catch him. And Old Nat's eyes widen as she stares, but she does not move, only to pull the sword back out.
Lazarus!
Hangs from her side. When you call his name, Alyosha, you think he's looking up at you. The mask is on his face, however. Do you try to remove it?
Yeah, of course.
He looks up at you and gives you a shaky smile.
Matthew! And Alyosha, her hand covering the wound, putting pressure on it.
Yes, this is where I bite the bullet. Don't look at me like that. And Lazarus, he's trying to keep his eyes open to look up at you, Alyosha, as he just continues to try to smile and says, Don't look at me like that, Alyosha. We knew something like this could happen. It's just the way things are.
No, that's not fair. You'll be okay. She looks over at Una. I just remembered as player. She looks over at Una. You use one of those things, those ampules. Get over here.
Una has been watching this whole time and could not move in time as Lazarus had blitzed over. And they cling to Miix's body, just staring horrified at the sight unfolding before them. And Una will just say, I don't have any extras on me. Looking to the other managers.
One of y'all.
Prior steps forward, and with that same look that all the managers would recognize, and Abel saw up close, his eyes are hardened as he says, "The power of this relic is absolute. Even a singularity will not mend the wounds of a blade that is meant to forbid. It would do nothing." Prior has already once tried to inject the ampule into someone he cared about in the hopes to save them from a fate that cannot be avoided. Never say Prior doesn't learn his lesson. Never say Prior doesn't learn his lesson as he gazes into Lazarus's eyes with a look that says that there is truly nothing he can do but comfort him.
As you gaze into his eyes, Lazarus does shut his own for a moment and just says, "I guess there's no get out of jail free card for me, huh?"
No. It wasn't supposed to be like this. It wasn't. Come on. Meet you.
It's okay.
What? Yeah, it's gonna be okay. Yes. Alyosha looks at Lazarus. Tears are streaming down her face. Fuck, I just read that passive. God, fuck.
Lazarus, his eyes are still shut for the moment, and he just tries to speak as he says, so you can hear his voice growing weaker. "You can't keep running away from it forever. Those people, they need you. You have to be there for them. Don't become someone who leaves it all behind and just wanders. You have to be better than that. You have to be happier than that. You can do it. I know you can." And he tries to sit up even as his body is beginning to twitch and fall. And he tries to crane his neck to find the three of you managers. But he can barely lift his head anymore as he just squeezes his eyes shut and says, "All of you have to move forward. Can't get anything." Looking back, But if you obsess about the future, you miss the present. Don't let that happen to you. Prior. And he's quiet for a moment, and then you can hear what sounds like a laugh through the wheeze almost as he says, someone needs to be the vague, cryptic, mysterious one when I'm gone.
I suppose there can only be one immortal left standing. How cruel of you to come into my life just to leave me alone.
He doesn't say anything anymore, but he leans his head back as he takes in a sharp breath. And you all can see that his vision looks like it's starting to blur at this point.
Mitya?
He doesn't respond at first and then tries to tilt his head to look at you, the source of the voice. His eyes are bleary, and when he speaks, he tries to reach a hand out as he says, Kane? Is that you?
Alyosha knows what's going on. She understands. The last thing she can do is she takes one of Lazarus's hands into her own and presses it against her cheek as she says, yeah, it's me.
Oh. Thank goodness. And you do see a genuine smile crack on his face when he says, I was scared. I wouldn't see you again. I want you to know I'm so proud of the woman you've become. You should grow up and live your life however you want. Don't make the mistakes that we made. I just wish I had gotten to. I love you, Kane. I'm so proud of you, my daughter. Managers, you all have not left combat. There's the light here, but it is not comforting in this moment. It as if it has been... It tries to reach, but it can't. And on that, will gain 5 protection as the armor bulks up more. What do any of you do?
Prior looks at the empty slab of meat that once housed the person known as Lazarus. He looks at a father who never got to see their child. He looks at a broken promise. He looks into cold, glossy eyes and sees himself. And he realizes what he should have realized long ago. People are terrible, cruel, active things. And some people just deserve to die. Some people are not worth the air they breathe, the space they take up, and the resources they consume. Some people kill other children's parents. Some people kill little, tiny creatures who can do nothing but look up at you and hope and pray that you're looking out for them. Some people are so beyond the pale that they must be plucked before they become weeds that taint everything else. And so the cycle continues. And so Prior remembers how to kill. Prior... Yuna is here, are they not?
Yuna is here. Yes, Prior.
Prior strides. Since it seems no one's fighting at the moment, Prior strides across the field to Yuna.
No one's stopping
and
you.
grabs them by the shoulder.
Yuna seems to snap out of it for a moment as they are grabbed, and they tremble a bit in your grip as they say,
Yuna has nothing to fear. Prior smiling so sweetly, so kindly. The ampule, Yuna. I would like it. I know you have it on you.
I only have the free healing ampules.
Not the healing ampule, Yuna. You think I don't know what else you've been making? Give it to me, Yuna. Give me that other one. The one that was used on me. I still got a second life left. I can find the spot where her flesh meets the armor. Who cares if she tears me apart? I will watch her turn to slime. I know it works. I've seen it used on me, Yuna. Give it to me, Yuna.
Prior.
I'm just doing a quick sanity
Alyosha's
roll, but please, Alyosha, what do you have to say to him?
Alyosha's voice cuts through the air like a hot knife through butter. And she stands up, carrying Lazarus's body ever so gingerly in her arms. Each step she takes towards Yuna echoes in the hallway. She finally makes her way and stands next to Prior. Can't see her eyes, but she just says out loud in a firm voice, "This is my vengeance, not yours."
Will you take responsibility for that vengeance? For removing something terrible from this city? It's the eyes of a big brother that look down on you, Alyosha. Maybe something even older than that. It's not judgment. It's a trial being passed to you.
It's my right, more than
Then
anyone else here.
Then allow me to do my fucking job as a big brother of the middle and ensure your vengeance is completed. I will follow you until it's done. Let's do this thing. Prior drops Yuna.
He just scrambles back a bit when you drop
Prior
him.
ignores Yuna. Prior ignores Yuna altogether. You
Alyosha
shall take the
will.
lead.
Alyosha will then look over at Yuna and mournfully kneel down, place Lazarus's body in front of them. And she just gives a heartfelt plea to Yuna as she asks, please take care of him.
Yuna nods and says, I will. And you can see, even though Yuna is watching over the bodies, they don't seem to be able to look directly at his. And old Nat has been quiet up to this moment. But she does turn to you, Alyosha, and she does speak, and she says, this isn't what I wanted.
Alyosha will stand up and walk past everyone else. So everyone's too stunned with shock till she finally stares at Natalia and says, but you did it anyways.
You're right. I did. And she's still holding that sword, Alyosha, in her hands.
Alyosha takes in a deep breath. A moment passes before she speaks again, but in her mind she just thinks about everything that's just happened and what she's done, what part she's had to play in all this, and the final words he left her. And after just a moment, she takes a deep breath and decides to stop running away. And she says, standing firm, eyes closed, I, Alyosha, successor to the chief butler of the Leonis household, do solemnly declare a challenge to the current Natalia. I challenge thee to a Rite of Succession.
Alyosha. The moment those words are uttered, you can see that every butler in the room has turned their eyes on you. Old Nat looks at you and actually looks shocked for a moment before she nods solemnly upon seeing you, her former charge, challenge her. She holds the blade aloft and she says, I, Natalia, current chief butler of the Leonis household, do formally accept this challenge. Before she first puts the blade down, the flames extinguish for a moment as she resumes the stance you all saw, when she entered the room. And then she motions for one of the butlers nearby. At this point, you're not sure when they all have sort of dragged the unconscious butlers back into their midst. But one of the butlers surrounding you all does come forward to serve as the neutral party to oversee this duel. The butler moves between the two of you. And I should ask the rest of you, as you all see this happening, what do you all decide to do?
Prior steps up behind Alyosha. He has his weapon in his hand. His eyes are twitching wildly. The ego armor is growing into his skin, and he clutches that Grimoire, which begins to whisper and drip inky darkness out of its pages.
Absolutely. Meru, what do you do? And how do you feel?
During all of this, Meru had been... Initially, he was in a bit of a state of shock, seeing Lazarus die. But honestly, I think the reason why he didn't like say anything to Prior when Prior was doing his whole thing with Yuna is because, frankly, he wouldn't have cared if Prior got the decay ampule and tried to use it on old Nat, because frankly he's kind of wanted her dead since before the fight began. So I think the Shin that's surrounding him, while it had dimmed briefly watching Lazarus's death and being reminded of, you know, his own personal things, he does take a deep breath after the after what Alyosha says to old Nat, and he will take a step forward.
Absolutely.
As for Kai, a loss of life is never ideal or wanted in a fight like this, though he didn't have the closeness to Lazarus that some of the others may have. It was still very much unfortunate to see him pass, and he is ready, willing, and already planning to stand side by side with the others as they take down old Nat in the only way permanently that Alyosha feels that she can. And he sort of steps up to stand behind her.
Absolutely. And Abel has seen what's going on, and he looks pissed right now. However, he will move to the side where his sister and Yuna are, and will cross his arms, as he knows what's happening. And he knows Leonis tradition. And the butler between Alyosha and old Nat will stand in the middle as the two move forward until they're a couple feet from each other. At least, Alyosha, I imagine you are following the proper ritual procedure. You do not need to roll. This is knowledge that you have been raised with for how these duels work. Do you step forward?
Yes, she does.
Wonderful. And when you do, the butler between you says, I say to you both, bear your souls to the truth. Victory is neither decided by skill nor by strength. The only truth is the result. And he looks to you, Alyosha.
Alyosha will nod and say, I bear my name and soul. No longer shall my name, Alexei, be my own. I fight as a nameless being.
And on the other end, old Nat steps forward and says, I bear my name and soul. No longer shall my title, Natalia, or my name, Fyodor, be my own. I fight as a nameless being. The butler nods and then says, as witnesses to a duel between two nameless beings, I ask all present to sear this bout into your memory, as all present shall reach the truth together. He looks this time to Fyodor, and he says, will you, the current holder of the title, enter this duel alone? And Fyodor raises her sword this time. She nods her head and she says, I enter this duel as a sole entity, before she takes a fighting stance. And the relic will activate. And then the observing butler will look to you, Alyosha, and will say, will you, the challenger of the title, enter this duel alone? The challenger is granted up to 3 covenants who fight alongside them, but only one may accompany the challenger in the arena at a time. The covenants may switch out at any moment, including when one falls. There are no restrictions, save for one must not be of Leonis blood.
She will look back at the others. And she hopes that they are willing to fight with her.
Prior is looking at her with expectation and with determination.
Meru's gaze is cold, not towards Alyosha, but just because of the situation, but he will nod at her silently.
Kai too will nod in affirmation, I suppose, that he's ready to fight alongside.
She then looks forward and says, I enter this duel with my companions at my side.
The observing butler nods and says, the duel will be decided when one side can no longer fight. You are allowed any and all equipment on your person and will enter the arena in your current physical state. There are no other rules or restrictions. And there is a pause, as if waiting for any objections. Do any come?
No, this makes sense.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Before the observing butler will continue, a Leonis must be present for the entirety of the duel. In the absence of the Lord Leonis, Abel Leonis will be our witness. And all of the butlers in the room turn to look at Abel, who does not look pleased about the attention on him in this moment. He is silent, but he does not object to the role placed upon him. And the observing butler will bow, step back, and As you all find yourselves facing her down, there is a special redeem that has become available. It can only be used once. As Durante, Wish Sanctified by the Light is activated. And Alyosha. There are many unusual occurrences in the city, but all of them, even if you cannot understand them, are explainable. But since you've joined the managers, something has been happening again and again and again. It's hard to put into words exactly what it is. The sensation of a cool breeze while you run hot. A wound that looks deep and ruinous on second inspection. Looks like it wasn't that bad. Or that it maybe even got better. A soothing memory appears when your mind begins to scramble. You've seen moments where the challenges you face seem to swell unexpectedly. And always, however, seem to be met with something small going right. The others don't seem to question it anymore. They don't talk about it. But you swear, from the moment you started fighting alongside them, someone has been observing you. It's a voice you can't make out. It's a hand that isn't real on your shoulder. It's something far away, but it's there. It's a faint light, not that of the sun, but the gentle reflections of the moon, of something less than a star, but still framed against the night sky. Its eyes fall upon you. A dream, a wish, a prayer, a hope, a promise. All of it comes together. For a moment, you glimpse it, like a brilliant, angelic wing weaved together out of golden branches, pouring light into a figure that does not know who you are, and yet whose will still reaches you. It is a voice as gentle and comforting as the night sky. Please, do not fall before them. I wish only for them to return home safe. Alyosha? You have a special passive for the duration of this combat.
Oh?
And that passive is this. Durante passive wish. So long as at least one manager is above 0 HP, Alyosha cannot be reduced below 1 SP or HP by any effect. Once this effect has been used, it cannot be used again until redacted. And I should ask, are you all ready for combat to resume?
Yes.
Let's go.
Yes,
Wonderful. Absolutely. Now, I will say, managers, the way the tag-in will work is that it will go from fastest to slowest manager Each round, you will cycle out, which means, Meru, you are the only one on the field for the first round.
All right.
You can be targeted when you are on the field. However, you cannot be targeted while you are off the field. If you are to fall, your ampule will activate and you will stay on the field. However, if you fall and you do not have an ampule or another thing, such as Neo, what will happen instead is that the next manager will immediately come in to replace you on the field.
Okay.
And Theodore will gain access to 4 skill slots per turn.
All right.
Abel will also be taken off. I don't know why he's still there. And we will begin. With her turn. All of the stuff at the start of combat have already activated as we were in the middle of her turn. However, she does have all her skill slots for this turn. She is going to use Next Adam has preordained on you, Alyosha. And she is going to say, as she points her blade at you, I will be aiming for the arms. It is as Master Leonis has decreed. And Alyosha, this will hit as it is an unclashable attack. You will take the full 10 damage. If this would bring you to 0, which I believe it does, you will remain at 1 health. You are inflicted with disarmed. So your margin skills will do +0 if they did more than that. And you will be inflicted with 6 burn, bringing you up to 41 burn. And how do you react, Alyosha, as the blade should take both of your arms and cut them? But you are still standing as you can feel something, someone, somewhere wrapping their arms around you as if protecting you.
She grits her teeth. I'm not gonna fall anymore. I ain't hesitating anymore.
And as you grit your teeth and declare that, Alyosha, Theodore simply nods her head and says, good. As she's going to point to you, Meru, with her third skill slot, and will say, right. Next, Master Leonis has preordained. I will be dealing with that magic bullet of yours. Meru, this has been made unclashable. You are going to be hit with this attack. You are being dealt 8 red blood damage. Your ego is Aleph, so you are only taking 7. You can use your shin here. Would you like to?
Yes, I would.
In that case, you will be taking 3 less damage, I believe, which will bring you down to 4 damage that you are taking to your health. So put that 4 damage on. You will be inflicted with 2 burn. And you will be inflicted with forbiddance.
Man!
Your attack weight is down to 1. You cannot heal HP or SP from combat skills. And your attacks do half damage, rounded up. And how do you react as she comes in and she goes right for your torso, slicing you through your midsection?
I mean, there's nothing he can do about it. So, I mean, it's probably pretty similar to before. I mean, he's pretty badly beaten up. So it probably takes a lot in him to stay on his feet, but his shin, the glow does, it actually strengthens, as he's able to reduce that damage.
Absolutely. And as the glow strengthens, we pass to your turn, Meru. What would you like to do?
Let me think. I think, okay, actually, how about this? So, while this is going on, Meru takes this hit. Everything has been happening very, very quickly. And the main thing on Meru's mind is that he remembers. He has this now probably everlasting feeling behind his ribcage that right now is still way too raw. The feeling of what it's like to desperately try and reach someone you love for one more chance to talk with them, only to fall short right before you get there. Like, he knows. And he never wanted to see anyone around him fall to that same fate again, and yet it happened, right? Once again, multiple people lost someone who mattered to them, and what was it for, right? What was it for? And Meru knows that sometimes there are situations where blame isn't so blatant on one person, right? But I think in this moment, Meru knows why his ego gift had been able to wrap back around his face again. Because he can decide how much blame one person can hold before he can decide what he wants to do about it. And Alyosha wants her own vengeance, and that's fine. They seem to want the same thing right now. So I think right before Meru readies his rifle for, I think it's the first time since he faced down Firebird in the burning web. Mr. DM, I think Meru will lower Justicia over both of his eyes and activate it. As you can see a bright cyan light begin to glow from his prosthetic eye from in between the cracks of the binding.
Absolutely. I should ask Meru, do you believe that this woman is guilty?
She's guilty 1,000 times over in his mind.
Absolutely.
One for every death she caused.
Absolutely. In that case, she will be marked with verdict and you will gain sworn duty.
Yep, of course. I wish I had my poise, but it's fine. I'm going to now attack with my skill 1.
Meru, I believe this will get around her armor.
Let's go.
As you get to treat it as normal if it's ineffective, which means it's actually treated as endured since it is resisted. And
Okay.
she is weak to pale.
Okay. And I'm taking a hit to my willpower, of course.
Absolutely. Oh no, she's not weak, she's vulnerable to pale.
Let's go.
This is going to be a challenge 8 to hit, as she has her defensive skill, Guardian's Will. She may redirect skills to her guard as if she had a assist defense, but that does not matter here.
Okay, and sorry, once again, remind me, how many dice am I getting from my shin?
5, you're at max. You're at
5?
max
Okay,
attack.
5. Okay, that's what I thought it was. Okay, cool, thank you. What was the challenge again, 8?
Yep, a challenge 8.
Sorry, 6. 6 because of shin. 6 because of shin, my apologies.
Oh, it's 6, okay, thank you. Okay. Whew.
All right, that's an 11 success crit. So, there's a couple things happening here. Because you do have forbiddance on you. And you're doing pale damage. So the way this works is forbiddance is going to make it so that you're doing half damage rounded up. However, Justitia is making it so you're treating your damage as endured rather than resisted. So in this case, you would be doing that would be, are you re-rolling with your willpower? Did you do so?
Why not? Why not, right? Why not? Why not?
All right, I'll be on quick math after for you, Senna.
Thank you.
Yup. Yup. Mark that
14
down.
successes.
So that is 6 up to 10, half to 5. So after forbiddance, that is 5 damage.
All right, you clear her protection, and then we calculate the pale damage, which is being taken as if it were, because of her armor, it's being taken as vulnerable, because that is the highest it can go. So she is going to take 2 pale damage, and she's gonna lose 2 boxes, and then she's gonna take 2 damage. And would you like to describe what it looks like, Meru? Oh, she's also going to be inflicted with 1 dark flame, because that was a crit, and a total of, you should have 4 magic bullets now, as Lazarus has been killed.
Yes. Yes.
So that's gonna be 4 burn and 1 dark flame. She does half all burn she gets, so she will have 7 burn at the moment.
Actually, sorry, should it be 5?
No, because you have...
I started with 1, I added 1 using my skill 2. 2 of the butlers went down, and then Lazarus.
Yes, you should be at 5. You're getting
Thank
close
you.
to that 7, Meru.
Yeah, I know. It's fine. It's fine.
Hey,
I'm
that's an
sure-
extra point of burn. That's up to 8. Wait, no,
No,
I
because
have
it
to round it down.
maxes at 4.
Right.
However, what does it look like, Meru, when you fire magic bullets?
So Meru, what happens is that he lowers Justitia, and right as his eye begins to glow that cyan, he is raising swiftly raising magic bullet, and of course he's making sure he's not in line with Alyosha. He's on, I don't even want to call it autopilot, because he's making all these decisions. Like, he's not thinking about it. It's just the choices of what he's doing are so blatant and obvious that he doesn't need to think much. It all happens very quickly. When he pulls the trigger, the portal that forms is very large and imposing, and the energy that billows off of it almost feels like the air is crackling around it as he fires the bullet. And he does not understand why when he fires the bullet, he feels the power, but doesn't feel the impact as strongly as it should, and it's pissing him off. But it's almost like his weapon is not literally, but it's almost as if it's feeling that same frustration as it's the bullets that are firing are attempting to give that same power, but still he can see it break through some level of her protection, and that's got to be good enough for now, at least.
Absolutely. And as it does, unfortunately, you can see the protection reform as the armor bulks up again, and she gets 5 more protection as it continues to heat up. And we go to your turn, Alyosha.
Alyosha will take a deep breath, and she's going to use her skill 2 here.
Absolutely.
Challenge 8.
Yep, the challenge is 8. A reminder, you are disarmed, so your margin will be +0 rather than whatever the skill does. 10 success crit. Well, this is not a margin damage, so in this case, it will be a flat 3, which gets reduced down to 1. So she will take, she'll be down to 4 protection. Or sorry, she'll be rounded up, so she'll be down to 3 protection. And Alyosha, you will take no damage from burn this turn. Your burn will not be reduced. And you will do the margin and burn, which means she will take 1 burn.
+1 burn.
Yep, going to 9. Rather than the +2.
She'll take the 2 burn Meru has onto herself.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You can take Meru's burn, turning it into your own burn. So, Alyosha, you should be at 43 burn, and Meru should be down to 0. And what does it look like, Alyosha, when you strike here?
She takes in a deep breath. And she will disappear. At least it seems like that. She's going faster and faster. She pushes herself even further. One moment she's on the floor, crouching. The next she's up above Natalia, Fyodor. As she spins, and it's like her legs are turning into an actual tornado as flames from the exhausts burst her forward, and she delivers a spinning kick down onto her as the ground beneath Natalia cracks from the force.
Absolutely. And though she is still standing, Alyosha, you can see the wear beginning to get to the woman you are facing down. And is there anything else you would like to do or say? At the end of your turn, you will get rid of the disarmed condition.
Gotta go faster. Faster.
Absolutely. So, disarmed, yeah, is at the end of your turn. You are no longer disarmed. You did take your bleed. I did forget to calculate that. However, you can't be reduced below 1 health. So I believe you're clinging on to 1 health and you're down to 1 bleed. And at the end of the round, Alyosha, you do not reduce your burn. You do not take any damage. Theodore will be taking 8 burn damage. 3 of it goes to the protection. So the protection is gone, and 5 of it goes to her health, and then she will reduce it down to 4.
Actually, I think
Dark Flame!
expires.
Oh, you're right, Dark Flame expires, so she does not actually get to reduce her burn. And as we go to the next turn, Meru, the way this will work, you will keep all current statuses on you. You cannot gain or reduce statuses while you are off the battlefield. You're tagging Prior in. How does it look as you two switch positions?
I think knowing that he's done the only job he can, I think he will turn to Prior, and as he passes him by, he will kind of tap him on the arm and just be like, "All right, it's your turn to take care of us."
I won't fail. Don't worry. Mary, you've seen this look in Prior's eyes before. He's beginning to go into that negative SP state. So while his words are harsh, his intention is kind. The Grimoire flips open as he enters the battlefield, and he'll immediately gain his first point of forbidden magic.
Absolutely. Are you entering in negative SP form, Prior?
That I am. I spent my last point of heroic magic in the last fight. I enter this fight into in my negative SP form.
Wonderful.
Prior slams the staff into the ground as he comes up behind Alyosha and goes, "Don't worry, I'll make her hurt."
Wonderful. And at the start of the round, because she is now injured, she will heal for the burn on herself, meaning that she will heal for 8 damage.
That's fine, we're stacking the burn higher.
Yep. There we go. That has all been healed. And then it is now her turn. She's going for you first once again, Alyosha. As she looks frustrated almost for a moment and says, "You don't fall." And she's going to try to use, as she points to you, once worth that sword and says, "Show me how much you can withstand." And she will be going once, actually this time, she will be trying to go for your torso. As she is going to use her skill 1-2 forbid passage to Eden on you. This is unclashable, so Alyosha, you will be taking a total of 8 damage. You cannot be reduced below 1. You will be inflicted with 2 burn, going up to 45. And you will be inflicted with forbiddance. Your attacks will deal half damage, and you must target her, and you cannot be healed. And is there anything you do or say, as once again, that blade, this time, it cleaves through your torso and your chest, and it should kill you, but it doesn't.
As she focuses completely on pushing her legs to over the brink. She doesn't care how much she takes, she just has to keep going.
Absolutely. She's going to then point to you, Prior, with the sword.
Absolutely.
And she's going to use her skill 1 on you as she is going for your legs. And she says, "You will fall here." And Prior, you will be taking an unclashable attack. That is going to be 6 overwhelming red blunt damage, which I believe does kill you where you stand. And pop the ampule.
Yep. Prior takes the blow to his leg, and for a moment, technically this technically reduces him to 0. So as Old Nat comes down with the blade, Prior's leg is just severed, like right below the artery. And immediately it looks cauterized as he goes lopsided, as if he's about to collapse, his limb quickly disintegrating into a mass of flesh and those weird latticey vines that it often does. However, at the moment of damage, thank God, there is a click, a pop, the sound of glass shattering, and as Prior inhales, his leg snaps back into place as Yuna's healing ampule heals him for 10.
That it does, and thankfully that was healed before the start of your next turn, so you will not gain a permanent flaw from that, Prior.
All right. I am, however, going to take the burn.
That you will. I believe the burn does, the burn, you do lose the free burn when you fell, but you then get 6 burn when you get back up.
Yep.
And you have binding technique on you, so you cannot move or use
Reactive skills.
reactives. Yep. And do you say anything or do you do anything as she has hit you?
Prior takes the hit. He expects it. The ampule pops. His body comes back and he goes, "That's the thing. Hit as hard as you want. This is that duel you wanted. I'm gonna give it to you. It's the last duel you're getting. Savor it."
She looks down at you. And she sees what has happened. Prior, you can see that she knows what has been done, and she says, "Pity. I had to witness your healing by an ampule."
Oh, take it to the grave.
And with that, we go to your turn, Alyosha. What would you like to do?
All right. You know what? I do think this is the move. So. Let's see.
Oh, man.
Let's see. I'm gonna think about this. Let's see. I think that, yeah, probably just skill 2. We'll go ahead and we'll do skill 2. Another fire tornado, because
You want to do another fire tornado?
Yeah. Just go ahead and do that. So, simple enough. Yeah, why not reroll?
Would you like to reroll that? It's against challenge 8. All right, 9.
Yeah.
So you do hit. She is going to be taking, because it is rounded, down. She will be taking, so she'll be taking that 1 damage there, and the status is rounded down, but this is rounded, I believe it'd be 2.
Yes.
Yep, and then she
One
will
burn.
be inflicted with 1 burn, because it's minimum 1, she can actually reduce stuff to minimum 0.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so she actually takes no burn.
That's fine, because I'm gonna take away that burn that Prior has.
Thank you kindly.
Prior 6 burn. You are at 51 burn, Alyosha.
And it's
see what's
again,
happening.
she is pushing the legs beyond what they can normally go as the nuts and bolts start to shake. The flames, you all notice, are starting to burn a bright red. And there seems to be a shift as there's almost a purplish hue that's starting to spread as her flames get hotter and hotter, as she, at this point, does several spinning kicks up into the air, multiple chain into succession. Each success is another spinning kick that she tries to hammer down Natalia as much as she can.
Absolutely. Yeah, I also forgot she's only taking 1 damage because you do have forbiddance on you at the moment, Alyosha. But regardless, you are hammering and chipping away at her. And we go to you, Prior. You cannot move or use any reactives on your turn.
Yep. Prior is honestly just gonna use his skill 1-2. He's going to say, "By the dark ritual, embrace it."
This magic, it belongs to me.
That's 7 successes against her challenge 8.
I mean, I gotta try.
9
Yup.
success crit.
That is going to be 4 pale blunt damage.
Absolutely. You said, oh shit, wait. Pale damage. Oh no,
Yeah.
wait. Okay. She is going to have to do something, I think, when you do this. Because she is weak to pale. Or she's vulnerable, not weak. She's vulnerable to pale, so that would be 8 damage if she took that. So I think she is going to actually here react by awakening the relic for the scene. As Prior, first explain what it looks like when you try to come in with this attack.
Alright. Prior is not moving at all like he was before. Before, every move felt a little inorganic. It felt a little awkward to watch him give little heart hands, swing through and speak. This is far more comfortable to Prior as he swings out and tendrils lash out of the grimoire. He laughs uproariously as they pelt into old Nat's armor and goes, "A has-been, a used to be. Nothing matters when I have this power now. So what if it's not what he used to be? So what if it's a pale imitation? If it lets me kill, if it lets me get stronger, it's all just magic. It's all just power." Prior is going to go up to 6 forbidden magic on himself. The tendrils lash against the power armor. They carry soul-destroying strength. There is the sound of a bell tolling in the back of the grimoire as pages flip together and the image of a gesture appears on them for but a moment as Prior digs deeper and deeper into the ancient arcana of the magical girls, and he lets that power flow through him.
And Prior, as you do, you watch as she holds the sword high and the flames cover her entire form. She will not take any damage or any status application, though I do not believe that there was any done from this in particular.
Nope.
And she will be taking 5 damage, which is then halved because it is
Her defense is normal.
her defenses. Since it is, oh no, it's only red damage, which she doesn't actually have. So she is taking 5 damage, but it's better than what she would be taking otherwise. And with that, I believe that is your turn, Prior.
Yup.
As we go to the end of the round, and Burn will activate. Prior, you get rid of Binding Technique on you. Alyosha, you get rid of Forbiddance on you. And Theodore will take the damage from the burn. Which is 8 damage, and then we'll have that to 4. Alyosha, you do take your burn damage this turn, so you're having to... Oh no, you used your skill 2 this turn, correct?
Yes.
Fire tornado.
Yeah,
Alright.
yeah, I did.
Awesome. Then in that case, yep, you just keep that 51 burn on you at the start of the turn. There is another tag-in, as Prior, you are going to switch out with Kai. And how does that go
Yep.
down between the two of you?
Prior watches the relic activate, closes the grimoire, and as he steps back, he ushers Kai in with the end of his staff and goes, "Full offensive. We'll break her under the weight of our attacks. Go. Maim. Kill." And Prior steps back.
Kai steps up to bat in Prior's place and snarls at Natalia the others have fought with all they have against her, and he intends no different. He winced seeing just how bad Alyosha's burn has been, as he's been in similar shape, which, while it is not nice to see, only serves as further motivation to cut down this enemy as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. And she is going to, at the start of the turn, heal 4 damage for the 4 burn on her. And as this round begins, you know what? She's not going to bother with her skill 2 this time, actually. She is actually just going to come forward, first to you, Alyosha, and is going to use Burn Away Forbidden Knowledge on you. This one is not unclashable. As she comes towards you for this one, you can actually roll against it. It is a challenge 8.
I'll do it. I'm gonna push myself here, and I'm gonna re-roll.
5 successes.
Damn.
6 successes. She just lunges towards you with the sword, Alyosha, and goes for your arms. And once again, they are not cut off as much as she tries, although the blade has continued to go through them. It's as if the light is protecting it. You are still clinging on to 1 health. You are gaining 6 burn, and you have the disarmed condition at the moment. Your margin skills will do +0. And then she's coming for you, Kai.
Uh-oh. Oh, fuck, she's learning.
She's first going to use her skill 2. She's going to point to you, and she's going to say, I am going to take your legs first. And she's coming at you with this. It is a challenge. Actually, it is not a challenge 8, Kai. It just hits you. It is overwhelming damage. So you are going to be taking 6 damage. And you are going to be inflicted with 6 burn. So if you can mark that damage, you will also be inflicted with Binding Technique, which means you cannot move. And she is going flee or use reactives, and she is going to hit you with another attack. This time, she is going to follow it up with a second use of her skill 1. This one, she cannot use the skill 2 for, so Kai, you can guard against this one. It is a challenge 8.
A challenge 8, you said? Alright.
Yep.
As
she's once again coming for your legs.
Okay,
Oh, not having affinity hurts so bad.
yeah, I am going to use... Wait, I mean, we do have the points that we have.
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
yeah.
But you do still have your ampule. You might want to save them for after your ampule.
Okay, so you don't think I should use my sin here?
I mean,
my fin?
maybe. I'm not sure. I'm actually. I'll let you do what you do. I think
I'm gonna use 1, just to hope that I can roll good here. Oh my god. Hang on. Oh,
5
please.
successes.
Oh god.
Kai, you are taking another 6 damage. And you are taking another 6 burn as you go to 12 burn.
Fuck, dude.
Do you need me to mark your damage, or are you able to mark that?
You said 6 damage? Okay.
Yep, 6 damage that you cannot reduce at all. The only thing you can reduce it with is Scars from a Wolf, but...
Yeah.
Oh no! Have you already used your Scars from a Wolf this canto?
For this one? I'm not sure. I think I definitely did in Meru's canto. I don't think that I have for this one yet.
No, you have not. Well, you still have that. Just let me know.
I might have to. Yeah.
And
Getting a little too close.
a little close. And you are going to, yep, you take that damage, you take that burn, and you take binding technique, but it only has 1 stack. As this comes for your legs, she keeps going for your legs, Kai, and the fire continues to climb. And how do you react as the blade goes to take them off, but you are still standing?
This is like a mortal wound. I just am not missing my limbs, but like I assume this is pretty bad. Is that what you're saying, or?
Not yet. Like, it's more that you are being dealt very bad wounds, but you haven't been down to 0 health, so you are not missing.
Or sorry, I don't mean
yet.
mortal wounds. I have okay. Kai, is watching this blade, feeling it slash away at him. His nerves are set ablaze as he simultaneously feels everything happen and yet doesn't have the mental fortitude to get out of the way of it. It's a bit overwhelming that in the way that doesn't quite translate into coherent thought, as his mind is moving faster than his body is capable of.
Absolutely. And
Oh god,
With
skill
that-
slot 4?
no, that was skill slot 4, because she used 1 to target Alyosha. She used
Yep, but she didn't use preordained on
no, she
Alyosha.
did. She actually did use preordained for the first of Kai's. She used 1, 1, 2, and then she used free on Alyosha, so she has used her 4 skills. Which
Oh,
means we
right,
go
right.
to
3,
Alyosha.
3, 1, 2, 1. Yes, sorry.
Yep, free 1, 2, free 1, 2, 1.
Thank God. All right, Kai, you still standing.
Barely.
You're still standing. And Alyosha, it is your turn. What would you like to do?
All right. Well, that's a lot of burn on Kai, and I have the perfect skill to make sure that he don't get hurt no more. So I'm gonna go ahead and use skill 2 again.
Absolutely. You can use your skill 2.
All right, challenge 8.
Yep, that's going to be a challenge 8. That's a critical success. You will be taking no damage from burn this turn. Your burn will not be reduced. You will be dealing the margin in burn, so Theodore will be taking 1 burn, going up to 5, and will be taking do a total of 2 damage. And then you can choose an ally to remove up to 1 stack of a non-unique staff. So you're taking the 12 burn from Kai, you said?
Yes, I am taking that.
All right, Kai goes down to 0 burn, and you will be getting 69 burn on yourself.
All right. It's the same story. She's just pushing herself to go even faster and faster. And she's almost there. She's almost there. She can feel it. There's just a little more. And she'll be able to cross the line.
Absolutely. And Kai, we go to your turn.
Alright, okay, I do have an ampule, not gonna scars from my wolf. Sorry, my brain. Well,
You do
I guess.
have your ampule still.
yeah. I mean, yeah, the best I can do is, before I go down, try to be a good support. So, yes, I am going to try to, attack and hit this woman.
Absolutely. It is a challenge 8 to hit her.
I've been rolling not so nice. And I do recall what Pryor said about the sin, but also that last dice roll was bad enough that I'm scared. So, like, come on now, please. Why are you doing this to me?
That is 6 successes. 9 success crit.
There. Okay.
All right.
Cool.
That is gonna be. So Kai, you are doing. You're able to hit her because you can move. Or you can't move, but she's right in front of you. That's going to be a margin of 1. So you're doing 3 damage, which does get reduced down to 2. You do 2 damage to her.
There's the bleed also, is that?
Yes, you do bleed to her. Oh no, actually, I'm so sorry, Kai.
Right, no, she doesn't, yeah.
She
Yeah, you
has all
inflict one, round it
statuses
down
to
to 0.
minimum 0, so the
God damn
bleed
it.
does not stick onto her. But what does it look like when you attack? And you do actually manage to connect with her.
Kai pushes off the ground into a short burst towards the older woman. His searing leg pain groans against his movement. The burning from earlier, the pain is gone, but the panic is still there, which caused him to stumble for a moment. As he uses his body weight and momentum, I'm gonna have him try to slam his arm into Natalia, attempting to warp her armor until it crumbles.
Absolutely. You can see that it is beginning to crumble. This woman is injured. The armor is very tanky, and she has been healing at the start of each round, but you can see that you are drawing closer and closer, Kai, to bringing her down.
Can I, I do think, he grits his teeth as he does so, and he says, "You are what stands in the way of us and getting Miix back. You will not win here. You never could have. That's not how this goes. I can't see the future, but I know this as fact. We will see her again, and we've gone too far to not do so." And he is saying that with a lot more confidence than he actually feels, as his own body is on the verge of breaking.
She looks down at you, Kai, as your body is on the verge of breaking, as she hears you say that, and all she says in return is, "Master Leonis knows all. What will happen next will happen next, as has been preordained." And at the end of the round, Burn will activate. Kai, you lose binding technique on you. She will take 5 damage from the burn and have it to free. Oh no, it's rounded down, so she will have it to 2. As her burn is halved to 2. And Alyosha, because of your skill, you keep your burn at 69. As we go to the top of the round, Kai, you will be switching out with Meru. If there's anything you say to him as you two tag in and out.
Kai steps back and just puts a shaky hand on Meru's shoulder and squeezes it, saying something along, You already know what to do. Very capable. And he'll step back and take a couple of shuddering breaths, trying to regain his strength.
I think Meru, when Kai puts the hand on his shoulder, I think he'll instinctively put his right hand over Kai's and just kind of like squeeze it a little bit, give him a firm nod, and just tell him, "Good job." And he'll step forward.
Absolutely. And as you step forward, Meru, she is going to, on her turn, at the start of the turn, heal 2 health as the burn begins to dwindle more and more.
All right.
And she is going to use on you, pointing her sword at you, Meru. Next Adam has preordained. And she will say, "I will strike for the legs, as Master Leonis has foreseen." And she's going to go with her second skill slot. It is unclashable, and because of your armor, you actually can endure it. She will be dealing 5 damage to you. Will you activate your shin here?
If I am taking 5 damage, if I use my shin, I'm taking what, 3?
2.
2. I can't do math. I'm tired. 2. Then yes, I will do that because it lets me not pop my ampule.
Absolutely. So you will be using your shin then?
Yes.
All right. I believe you need to spend a point of affinity to do that.
I have 1 left.
Wonderful. And she is going to hit you for, she's only doing 2 damage to you. You will be inflicted with 6 burn.
Okay.
And, and then she is going to do, I believe, you also have binding on you, Meru. You cannot flee, move, or use reactive skills, so you are stuck in place.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
Absolutely. And then she is going to use her next one. She is now focusing all of her attacks on you. As she has seemed to realize that something is happening, she's going to use, once again, Next Adam has preordained, and this time, Forbid Passage to Eden is coming at you. As this is unclashable, and Meru, you will be taking 7 damage from it.
It's unclashable? Oh, man.
Because of her preordained.
That affected both?
Yes. She's using all her skill slots to just wail into you this turn.
Okay.
Absolutely. And
It's all hers. She's using every single skill against you, though. That's it. That's all she can do.
That's all she can do. As you can see, she seems to have realized for some reason Alyosha won't go down and is just trying to wail into you with the blade. As Meru, it cuts through your torso and cuts you in half, and the ampule will pop when this happens. And what does it look like, Meru? And how do you feel as you die at her hands before the ampule does activate immediately, thanks to Yuna?
Actually, I do have a question before I respond. When the ampule pops, do I keep my shin?
Yes, you would.
Oh, okay, cool.
You do because you only you returned to your injured and your strained condition,
Okay.
I believe, from the ampoule popping.
So actually, Shin remains. Once you hit the condition to get your Shin, it's 6. Shin doesn't. You would technically lose 1 die from desperation because your health is no longer injured. But yes.
Oh yes, I believe you heal all of your health, right, from the ampule?
10 health. Yep.
Yes.
So Meru, you can heal 10 health. And you can also, your Shin does stay, your magic bullets do stay, but you lose all your other statuses on you.
Okay.
So you will lose the burn that is currently on you. You will lose the forbiddance.
Wait, I lose the forbiddance?
Yep, and you will lose the binding that is on you.
Hold on, we're back. Never mind, we're back in action. Okay.
I will say Justicia can remain though in this when you come down because you're still holding the grudge. And Meru, did you describe how it is when you get back up?
No, because I wanted to ask the question first. But yeah, I think when she hits him again, he's no longer able to keep himself on his feet, and he does kind of fall to his knees and then kind of like hunch over. And that's right when, like, it's almost like you can see the glow around him start to dim as the ampule pops, and he kind of sputters and coughs a little bit, coughs up, blood, before he takes him a couple seconds, but he's able to force himself back onto his feet, pick back up magic bullet, and he takes a calming breath as you see the glow around him begin to brighten once more, and the glow of Justicia billows one more time, and he is standing again.
Absolutely. And as it does, that is the end of her turn, as she's used all 4 skill slots against you. And what would you like to do, Meru?
I would love to fire magic bullet at this woman.
Absolutely. It's going to be a challenge 8 to do so.
That's fine. Another hit to my willpower. And because of desperation, I think I'm at... what am I at? I start with 3, then I get...
You're up to 5.
So I'm at 5? Okay, cool. Oh, that was the wrong skill. Challenge 8?
Yep, challenge 8. And I believe, you're no longer injured, so you don't have your full desperation online.
Hold on.
12 successes?
Hold on. Good enough.
13 successes. So that is going to be a total of 5 plus 4, so that's going to be 9. She does... Oh, wait, no, because you currently have Justicia up, and you no longer have Forbiddance on. So yeah, she only gets to subtract that by 1. She's taking 8 damage from that. Oh god, wait, is this? Hey,
Plus
Meru.
pale damage.
That's even
Yes?
before the pale damage happens too, but yeah, she's also taking 2 pale damage. That is enough to down her.
Oh.
However, something happened back before with a certain prediction. But before we get to that prediction, how does it look when you bring her down, Meru? What does it look like when you fire magic bullet with Justicia activated?
Yeah, I think, Meru, this whole fight, he's been trying, like, he has not been liking how his, like, he has been liking how his shots feel, but at the same time, they haven't been hitting the way he wants, and he has not figured out if it's this woman's armor or if it's something about the place they're in. He's not sure. But this time, when he pulls the trigger and the bullet fires out of the portal, it feels normal. It feels normal. And it's a good feeling. He doesn't often let himself revel in the good feeling that he naturally feels whenever he gets a good shot from this rifle, because he doesn't like admitting that it happens. But it does feel good. In a way that most other things don't. So there is a bit of relief that he feels when seeing that finally one of his shots is hitting like normal.
Absolutely. And when it hits Meru, you remember the moment it activates. You remember when you fought the Dawnbringers and what they had on them. There were only 3 back in that fight. Who else do you think Miix gave one of your old ampules to?
I wonder who.
Oh,
No!
what?
Now, these are Yuna's ampules, so they are not as effective. But she will heal 10 health.
But that's the last one. That's the last one she stole. That's it. That's all our missing ampules accounted for.
That should be the last missing ampule accounted for. As you watch Meru, the wound begin to heal itself with Yuna's own ampule that was made.
Meru's eye twitches, and you can see the glow of Justitia only get brighter. That is all.
Absolutely.
Listen, we know those ampules aren't much compared to the damage we can do.
And Alyosha, it is your turn.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna use something I've been waiting to this entire time. I'm gonna use my skill 3-1. What is the challenge?
The challenge is a challenge 8.
Challenge 8. I will push using my final sin point.
You'll take 1
See if I
damage
have
from
any other
bleed.
bonuses.
Bleed
Let me
goes
see
away.
if I have any other bonuses. I don't think I do. Okay.
On.
Like to spend sanity.
Come on.
Miix successes!
Yes!
Alyosha, you hit. You can consume all burn on yourself and deal +1 damage for each stack of burn. Would you like to do 69 damage to this woman?
Yes. And may I describe?
Yes, you may. I'm gonna let you know it doesn't matter what bullshit she has with her armor. Even if she has 69 damage, which I believe this is done in the form of just damage. Oh, it's red blunt damage. So she technically halves it. Does not matter. That's still 34 damage. She does not have that much health remaining.
Okay.
What does it look like when you bring her down?
Alyosha has pushed herself further and further. And finally, the flames from her legs turn from purple to a bright blue. burning as hot as they possibly can. And she crosses the line as she blasts forward. Meru, the air pressure, the pressure of the air blasting just from Alyosha's movement nearly topples you over as she stops in front of Natalia, Fyodor, and lands a full frontal kick, sending Natalia flying up into the air. And just as Alyosha crouches right in front of you, she disappears, following right after him, almost moving too fast for you to follow. She launches herself up into the air, blasting from wall against wall, striking her opponent multiple times, kick after kick, as she says, "If this humble servant is to serve my master, I too must walk the path of heaven." As she bursts up into the air, leg raised up towards the ceiling, and she shouts, "Promethean flame, event horizon!" and lands, sending Natalia crashing down into the ground, a great column of smoke blasting throughout the hallway.
And as you send her flying down, I think here, if this works for everyone, is a great place to call our intermission. We will return in 15 minutes. Thank you all so much for coming, and I hope you'll join us for the conclusion of the session. Welcome back, everyone, to the next part of the session. And you all have successfully defeated Old Nat, also known as Fyodor. Alyosha, you can see that at this point, the armor looks to be crumbling. She is not in good shape. And while conscious, she is no longer able to move. What do you do?
She breathes heavily. Her legs are banged up, something awful from all that. Almost looks like they'd fall apart, but she manages to walk over. She looks down at old Nat, just stares at her.
She coughs a bit And she says, "Ugh, kill me. Get it over with."
Alyosha just stares.
And Old Nat at this point has dropped the relic. It is by her body, and she nods her head over towards where it lays before she looks back up at you and says, "Do it already. I'm the one who did it. I killed Cain each week over and over and over again."
Alyosha clenches her fist and grits her teeth.
I killed that little girl that I thought of as my daughter over and over and over again. So just do it. Just kill me.
Alyosha looks to the side. She sees the relic, kneels down, and picks it up. She breathes heavily as she does so.
And Theodore, as she no longer has the title of Old Nat, looks up and then closes her eyes as if accepting her fate.
Alyosha raises the blade above her head, staring at Old Nat, at Fyodor. She takes a shaky breath. And then she swings and cuts off Old Nat's head.
Alyosha, you can do so. She has been brought to 0 health. There is no roll needed. You are able to cut off her head. You know that this is the Leonis family. It is very likely that a woman of her position has life insurance. And only if the brain is destroyed fully would she be prevented from coming back.
Fire looks at the head as it rolls on the ground and back to Alyosha, and he just gives her a nod. It's her vengeance to take, and Pryor doesn't feel bad to see a head roll.
Meru, Kai, do either of you say anything? Or have any thoughts when you see this?
I mean, I said before that Meru wanted this woman dead. So, but he also understood this is not for, it's not a fight for him to finish. So he's quiet while it happens. And there's no, it's hard to say that it's like a good feeling to watch what Alyosha does, but there might be part of him that does feel a satisfaction.
There are no words that I believes need to be spoken. At the end of all this, it is Alyosha's choice. She decides to do. And all that he reacts in is that his shoulders are slumped with relief that this is finally something that is over.
Alyosha will stare at the head. Life insurance. It's not fair. Not fair. Lazarus couldn't get that, and the fact that there's any possibility that someone like Fyodor could have that. No, no, no. She raises her leg, and she'll raise her leg. She's gonna crush it.
As you raise your leg to crush the brain, Alyosha, you see something there before you, flitting about the head. Butterflies. Not the black and white ones that everyone's been seeing, but blue ones. Blue butterflies. How do you react to this?
Blue butterflies. Alyosha's eyes widen. Why? Why? You know what she did to you, so why? Why won't you get out of my way? And she brings her foot crashing down onto the ground next to the head. Because she knows what those butterflies mean. They're not atoms. They're not canes. They're mixes. And in the same way that it gives her the knowledge that maybe her friend's still there, it leaves her feeling bitter and confused, angry. But maybe that's just who she's always been. Maybe that's why Miix was her best friend. After all, what kind of a child could ever bring themselves to really hate their mother? Alyosha takes a deep breath and steps back. Ritual's completed. She's cast a she's cast aside her name of Alyosha. Is now Natalia.
And Natalia. So do you choose not to crush the brain then?
No.
And in that case, the observing butler will call out over the room. And he will say, "The next Natalia has been chosen. She is the one who we follow as our chief butler." And all the butlers in the room turn to you, Natalia, and bow their heads as there is a chorus of voices that says, "We await your orders."
Put the previous Natalia's head into stasis bandages. We're leaving the decision to Lady Leonis.
The butlers nod, and they will wrap Theodore's head in stasis bandages. Are there any other orders you give them?
Take care of Lazarus's body.
They go to carry out that request.
Yuna, it's okay.
Yuna had just been looking down at the body, and they look very resistant when the butlers move towards them. But they will allow the butlers to take Lazarus's body from them. Are there any other orders?
Natalia looks at the others and then back at all of them. Await our return. Let's go.
Nod their heads. And before you all go, the butler who observed you both does step forward and does say, "There is a room we were told to guard beyond this place." And you all can see there was the hall seems to go in a single direction forward. And the butler will say, "As you are the new chief butler, we can provide our aid. Would you like to take it upon them to be able to heal to all of you back to the injured and strained conditions?"
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yes, please.
Absolutely. All of you may heal back up so that you are injured and strained at the moment. They cannot
thank
heal
God.
anything beyond that.
Oh, the battle's technically won. Yay. Prior will heal 5 SP.
Yep, Alyosha, you were on 1 HP. You were clinging on after that fight. And are there any final orders you give the butlers? Otherwise, they will remain with Theodore's head in stasis. For Miix, if you all can retrieve her to make the decision of whether to actually bring her back, and they will have Lazarus's corpse as well.
Yeah. Let's keep moving. Nothing left for us here.
Absolutely. Are there any final things you all do as you carry on?
Prior gazes at the wrapped head as it leaves his sight. His frown is set on his face, but he doesn't look at all disappointed. After all, if life insurance were a way to perfect immortality, no one would need to do things like Prior. Old Nat won't ever be the same, in more ways than one. He does, however, approach Natalia. That item you've picked up. It'll take a while to attune to it. I know a thing or two about them. Guard it with your life. There will be many who try and take it from you.
Alyosha will silently grab the scabbard and sheath the blade, sealing it, basically. And she will sling it on her back. Yeah. I know.
It is yours to wield by right. So, I will not ask to take it from your possession, especially if there are more fights ahead. It will prove useful to you.
Yeah. Thanks. She says aloud, and it might seem like she's just speaking to Prior, but no, she means to all of y'all.
Prior does a little pose and heals 5 SP, and that's the end. He goes to leave the room.
Are there any final?
Oh, I was gonna say, I don't think Miru really has much to say beyond, like, it's not even really saying anything. It's more just as, they're starting to continue on. He does cast a look over at Alyosha. He doesn't know her well, especially compared to the others, but he does. It's something he's done for the others a lot. Where usually after a fight, he likes to do like his own little visual like checkup on everyone, just to make sure they're not just like physically working, being able to like move and all that, but just to make sure they're holding up okay. And what she just did was a very heavy thing. So it's more just, you can see him glance over just to silently check in on her.
Kai will also look over at her, and, upon upon drawing the, conclusion that he already knew, but, just that she is, at least in the physical, okay, in spite of what she just had to take on to herself. I do think that their earlier conversation about loyalty and choosing where your loyalties lie or choosing your actions comes to mind, and he'll say, I know that you just made a lot of very hard choices, and you have more ahead of you. I think that very capable of leading. I think you'll do well at this. Before sort of looking down and backing away.
Do you say anything in response, Alyosha?
Alicia just nods and yeah. Thanks. Thanks. And it seems for a moment that there's so much that she'd want to say. She just can't find the words or the strength to. I think you can tell. It's basically taken everything just for her to walk right now.
And do you all decide to follow the hall where it leads?
Yeah.
Yes.
Suppose so.
Wonderful. You follow the hall. You go through the door. It is unlocked. And inside, you find a bedroom. There is a window that is open in this room. And there is a butterfly in this place. One that is black and white. It almost seems trapped. Each time the butterfly flits towards the open window leading out into the city beyond, you see it seem to blink out of existence before it ends up back in here. It keeps trying to escape out the window, but each time it does, it finds itself back in the same room it began in. When the door does open, it does begin to flit towards all of you. Do any of you go to close the door?
Prior will move to close it if no one stops him.
Absolutely. You are able to shut the door, and the butterfly once again goes back towards the window. Abel is quiet as you all enter this room. And as he looks around, you just hear him mutter under his breath. This is Mutter's room.
Lady Leonis. Not
Yeah.
Cain, but
Yeah. Lady Leonis, that shitty old man's wife.
never did meet her myself. You might be... No, you are the only person who ever met her here, I think.
Abel goes to say Lazarus knew, and then he stops and seems to remember that you all are down a member, as he just closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, curling his hand into a fist, and says, "Never mind. Yeah, I'm the only one here who knew her. And even then, I was pretty young when she died."
know the rumors that went around.
Which ones? And you can see Abel's eyes have sharpened into a glare at you, Alyosha, as if daring you to mention what sort of rumors you're spreading about his mother.
I'd only ever heard that Adam killed her.
Mm. He does seem to not relax a bit, but you can see he was starting to get heated up, and then his body seems to almost deflate as he says, yeah, I don't know what happened, but I know that old man is responsible somehow. She had to deal with a fair share of rumors, being from the outskirts and all. I was used to people whispering about her.
Yeah.
Even after her death.
I heard she was...
Hmm?
I heard she was a nice lady, though.
He had begun to get heated up again, but his face does soften at that, and he just says, yeah, Mother was... That shitty old man was a awful father and an even worse husband. But Mother was... I remember her being really good to me and Kane both. And managers, as these two talk, do any of you have any thoughts or anything you say?
Prior wouldn't remember if he knew this person or not, and it's not really his place to say. He's watching that butterfly try to... Oh. Is it trying to escape? Or maybe it's telling others to leave. More than one way to interpret a single gesture. He's quiet. And the room is quiet. And there's no one to mock him for it, as Prior's frown only deepens, and the silence feels very cold and biting in the room.
And unless any of you have any other thoughts, do any of you try to reach out for the butterfly?
I think... Is it, like, it's, with the butterfly, is it, like, constantly moving, or is it something where it could, like, try to, if he put a hand out, would it try to rest on his hand, or is it just one-track-minded, just trying to get out?
It seems rather one-track-minded, but if you moved your hand in its path, you imagine you could not catch it in an aggressive manner, but you could brush your finger against it.
Okay. I guess Meru will try to put his hand out to touch it.
Absolutely. And the moment you do, the world around you all begins to darken again. even with the window open and the light coming in, it suddenly fades to this darkness. Before you all see a scene begin to come into view. There is a woman. She is looking out over a garden, standing high atop it on the roof of a manor. She has long purple hair and is dressed in what is clearly attire of someone who is from the nest. And as she looks out at the garden before her, a man walks up to her.
Adam looks at the flowers scattered here. They say that spider lilies are the symbol for death. I once read that in some districts it's referred to as Higanbana, and he kneels looking at them. Higan referring to another shore, the afterlife. What comes next? He reaches out a hand and his finger brushes against one. And then he stands up and looks around the entirety of the roof and says, "Is that why it's your favorite flower?"
Lady Leonis is silent. And then finally, she speaks, though she does not turn to him. I had a dream. I dreamt I was a butterfly. I couldn't tell I was dreaming. But when I woke, I was I, and not the butterfly. And at last, she does turn toward Adam. Was I dreaming that I was the butterfly? Or was the butterfly dreaming that it was me? And what of you?
Adam takes in a breath through his nostrils and then exhales. He looks off into the horizon and then says, after pondering this for some time, there's another saying, Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Does it matter or not? Does it matter whether you or I are the butterfly? We are here now. My thoughts confirm my existence. My form matters not.
Lady Leonis takes a moment, and then she steps towards the railing and leans against it looking over the city beyond. That is because you've reduced the world to logic. The ice has enraptured you. Does ambiguity scare you so?
Adam's eyes move from the horizon, finally back towards Lady Leonis. There's a very slight frown, and he retorts, "Nothing could be further from the truth. The roughness of the world is what I admire most about it."
Yet you cannot bring yourself to truly live in it. It must be lonely, being marooned between earth and ice. And she does turn to look back at him, though she continues to lean against the railing. Perhaps your fate is far worse than I, who cannot determine whether I am the butterfly or I.
Adam, at that, will do a curtsy, and he says, "My lady, do not disparage me so. My suffering is nothing compared to the countless souls who lie within our ideals."
Yet you suffer. You accept your suffering. A drunken man who engorges himself with that vice. Everything that is a part of you suffers. And she does turn her back on you again to look out over the cityscape. I know why you're here.
Adam pauses, and then he says, "For Messiahs to be born, this is the only way."
Did you have such little faith in our fellow man? You act as a parent who allows their children to indulge in their vices. Yet when they turn corrupt, you blame them. 'Twas your responsibility as someone who knows better.
You could see the things that I see. Perhaps your dialogue would be different.
Her back is still towards you, but she shakes her head. How cruel. How cruel of you to bring me here. How cruel of myself to follow you. I loved you once. Did my love ever reach you?
Your very question is proof of my failure to be the soulmate you deserved.
She hears that, and she lets out a long sigh. It was beautiful. When I first came here, I thought the sky was so vast and pretty. I thought the people were fascinating and interesting. Even the tarnishes and stains were better than what I'd seen in the outskirts. And her gaze has lifted upwards towards the sky above before she hangs her head and looks back down. I was so foolish.
His gaze softens. Foolish for following me.
I traded one cage for another. A cage of manor walls, a cage of love, a cage of devotion. It was your plans that enraptured I.
And what changed?
And at last she turns back to face him, and she smiles when she says, "You know what changed, my darling baby boy. The one who I love more than anything else in the world.
Adam is silent at that, but his face, his eyes, they narrow ever so slightly.
And Lady Leonis continues to speak. You give me strength. The strength to live. The strength to love.
A love so pure it burned everything else away.
And at that, she just shakes her head, though that smile is still on her face. Fire may burn and eat away, but it also protects and brings warmth. It gives life. You could never understand that. You always did detest flames.
There is almost bitterness and regret mixed with sorrow as Adam looks into the horizon once again and says, Is my love not enough?
Her smile becomes bitter at that. And she moves a hand, placing it over her chest. Your love was too much. It is the kind of love that is not meant for just one person. The future that you love so. And once again she spins around and looks back out beyond the railing. That is why you are here, is it not?
Adam looks down at the garden. There is a twitch in his hand, and his lip curls as he says mournfully, It is.
She doesn't turn back to you when she speaks. Death scares me, but what I fear more is you. And you watch as she hops up on the railing, planting one foot on it, then standing up on top of it, balancing on it, and holding her arms out. Her back so towards you.
Looks up, and his eyes widen, and for the first time he is speechless.
And Lady Leonis continues to speak. Cowardly, is it not? But my mind's been breaking for so long now. I can't bear another second in this cage. Once I believed in the future. But I'm too weak. I'm not strong enough to face the future. And she raises one arm out as she stands on her toes, stretching out, still balanced atop the railing. It's vast and it's beautiful, but it scares me. It scares me to think that I'll never be able to step outside of my cage, that I won't be able to fly. And she turns on the railing towards Adam, her back towards the view, spinning about. I love you. I love you so much. From the moment I met you, my heart was filled with nothing but love. And I'm sorry I won't be there to hold you, to keep you safe. As she stretches her arms out. I'm sorry for being such a weak woman. Forgive me for the sin that I must commit. I pray that you and Abel can find happiness together with each other. All I want is for you to be happy.
Adam finally shakes himself from his shock as he, without meaning to, reaches out a hand and says, "What are you doing?"
And as you reach out to her, she turns from you again, looking off in the distance towards the view. You know, Adam, even if there's a difference between the butterfly and I, the distinction isn't absolute. And she reaches a hand out forward, the wind gently blowing. Wouldn't it be beautiful if I could turn into a butterfly and fly away, free from everything? Perhaps in another life. And she brings her outstretched arms to her chest as she clasps her hands together. I pray that I might be able to fly away with a single step.
Takes one step forward.
And so does his wife. Her hands clasped in prayer. And she disappears.
Oh. Adam falls to his knees. His eyes are wide and his hands are shaking. This wasn't what he'd foreseen. This wasn't how he wanted this. In all his life, from his birth to his death, only one person was strong enough to tear themselves away from his control. That was a nameless woman from the outskirts.
The scene is shrouded in shadows, as it has been every time before. As you're all forced to watch it play out, before you find yourselves back in that woman's room.
That was... That was Lady Leonis, Alyosha says.
Indeed.
But
Indeed it was.
why would she say that to Adam?
You...
If... Go ahead.
No. Yuna is quiet, just looking down at Miix's body. And Yuna simply says, I don't know if that was Adam who she was talking to.
She would have understood what Miix was. Perhaps it was a message meant for her. Or perhaps it was a message meant from us. Perhaps she knew exactly when and where her words would be heard again.
Abel has been silent, but he nods his head and he takes a deep breath and says, maybe she did turn into a butterfly and escape.
Perhaps she did.
Yeah, I think it's too painful to think otherwise.
The old man might not have killed her like he wanted to, but he may as well have.
But at least she's free.
It's a shame her lesson wasn't enough. And so we move on. We move on and we keep living. And we stop Adam before he does this again.
Yeah. Yeah, good to keep pushing through, and Alyosha will look over at Kai and Mero, see if gauge their reactions to all this.
I think Meru is, after witnessing that, I think he is staring out the window. He looks deep in thought. And Alyosha doesn't, or Natalia doesn't know this, but both Prior and Kai would know by now, from what they've seen with him, that in the past, Meru had certainly had his own fleeting thoughts of a kind of freedom that would come from that. Obviously he chose differently, but I think, even though he doesn't really say much, I think witnessing that memory in particular, it's not that it's weighing on him in the sense that he's struggling with understanding what he saw. It's more just, he just looks thoughtful, I guess.
Does Kai have any thoughts or anything he adds?
Nothing to add, but I do think that perhaps a look further into all that Miix has been through and all that has happened around her, even without her knowledge, maybe gives him a bit more empathy towards her. You know, he wished for her safety before, but it feels like there's a bigger context around everything that he's known about her up until this point now.
As
Go ahead.
as everyone prepares to step out, Alyosha will go over to Abel. Just say, how much this means to y'all, but or how much comfort this will bring, but at least you were part of her final thoughts.
He looks down when he hears that, not really able to look at you, and says, I hate that shitty old man drove her to do that. I hate that he got Lazarus killed. That he He's the reason I had to watch old Nat. Well, I guess that's not even her title anymore. You're the Natalia now. Do that. The reason I hated... No, he's not the reason I hated Cain.
Yeah.
That was my own fault. He's the reason that we grew up like we did in the first place.
Yeah, but if there's anything I could say to you, Abel, someone who grew up right alongside you, I think about what her wish meant, what she wanted for you. And I think think long and hard about if she wanted that anger to be a part of you.
I can't forgive that old man. But I can at least think about what she would have wanted.
I ain't talking about that. I know you've got history and unfinished business with your sister. But maybe you should think about what comes after all this. That's what Lazarus wanted for me. And I think that's what your mom wanted for y'all.
He takes a deep breath, and he can't bring himself to look at you, but he simply says, and I can think about that once I have my sister back.
Yeah. You're right. Let's do this.
Let's. And the butterfly you all see flits into Miix. There seems to be a considerable weight as it flies in, and you all can see Yuna struggling a little this time to lift the body. I'm just gonna make a... Yuna does not drop Miix's body, but you can tell that Miix is struggling to carry her at this point with Yuna's singular dot of fortitude.
Need any help?
No, I got this. I'll make sure boss is okay and can handle my own weight.
All right. Let's. And as Alyosha turns, her knees also buckle as she falls to a knee. Just a little longer. Someone mind lending me their shoulder?
Yeah, Prior will approach and offer an arm. Your prosthetics are being pushed to the limit. I don't think you have much more left in the tank.
Yeah.
You're keeping up with us in ego gear. It's commendable. But it's not sustainable.
As much as I'd like to argue, yeah, you're right. I'll have to borrow your shoulder for a bit.
Take it for as long as you need. I've got spares.
Yeah. Let's start moving.
And
We're almost there.
Is a single door out of this room. It is the same door that you all entered through. Do you open it?
Mm-hmm.
When you open the door, you find before you a hall. It is not the same hall as before. And at the end of the hall is a set of double doors. And this is where we will end the session. Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you for being here today. Thank you to all my lovely players who did such a wonderful job. A special thanks and shout out to our EX agents on the Patreon: Guiding Shark, Myron, Wingless Nia, Winrose, Space Kitsune, Chesh Shin, Papio Boyo, Sturwy, Astra, Otis, Vic Taco Bell, Will of the Winds, Simply123, Real Zeal, and Mint Cancri. We appreciate all of your support so much. And we've linked the Patreon in the description below. The finale for Canto 11, The Original Sin, will be on Saturday, September 5th at 7 p.m. EST. We hope to see everyone then, and are very excited for the conclusion of Miix's Canto.